Call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please, Mrs. Capiolo?
Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Present.
Here.
Thank you, Mrs. Capiolo. Board Member Elsie Conti-Mackey, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Elsie Conti-Mackey, would you please read the mission statement?
Township of Union's Public Schools mission statement. The mission of the Township of Public Schools is to build on the foundations of honesty, excellence, integrity, strong family, and community partnerships. We promote a supportive learning environment where every student is challenged, inspired, empowered, and respected as diverse learners. Through cultivation of students' intellectual curiosity, skills, and knowledge, our students can achieve academically and socially, and contribute as responsible and productive citizens of our global community.
Thank you, Ms. Elsie Conti-Mackey. Mrs. Yolanda Kuhn, please read the Open Public Meetings Act statement. Thank you so much, Ms. Yolanda Kuhn. The board will now go into executive session to discuss personnel, student, and legal issues, and actions may be taken once we return. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor, moved by Ms. Kimberly Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Mrs. Capiolo, roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo.
So moved.
Thank you so much. Ms. Capiello, I have a motion on the floor moved by Ms. Nancy Manisi and seconded by Ms. Elsie Conti-Mackey.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Capiello. Next, we have our communications that are reflected on the Personnel and Operations agenda. And we'll move on to comments from the public on resolutions. At the end? Okay, at the end, meeting, at the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you so much. First, I have Ann Margaret Shannon, UTEA President, please. Is your phone? Thank you. And Mrs. Atencio, you're not speaking to a specific resolution either? So you want it at the end? Thank you so much. Is there anybody that has a comment on the resolutions that we will be voting on tonight? Thank you so much. I will move on to the superintendent's report. Thank you, Dr. Benaquista.
Move forward. Thank you, John. Thank you. So, we've been talking a lot. Obviously, we always talk about fiscal. I just wanted to kind of highlight some things within our budget that people might not be aware of. But obviously, every district has transportation costs. Our transportation costs are over $10 million. So it's something I want to focus on to really dive into to see, because it's a lot of money. I requested information on how much we pay for some of our routes. These are subcontracted routes because with all the transportation we need, we can't do it all in-house. If you look at, those were the 5 just random ones that were on the list. And just so we could see, the lowest cost is $52,000. The highest cost is $116,000. It's a lot of money. But there's a whole list of the subcontracted routes. On top of, we have a very big fleet of transportation, a whole department, bigger than probably a lot of school districts. So with that, you want to make sure you're looking at annually, are we doing things the best way? Can we save money in transportation, or can we do things different? So I would like to invite up T&M Associates, Kristan. I'll let you kind of take over, but thank you guys for coming. They're going to put on a little presentation about their company and what they are going to be doing for us.
Good evening, Madam President, Madam Vice President, Superintendent Benaquista, and board members. My name is Christopher Christon. I'm a Northeast Regional Market Practice Leader for the firm and Vice President with T&M Associates. Grant and I are here tonight to present you the bus route analysis proposal, which will analyze the current student populations, the existing bus routes in an effort to minimize outsourcing transportation services, as well as to economize the existing bus routes with the existing Board of Education buses and drivers. The study will allow transportation to be maximized while saving significant dollars, and we feel that it will be strategically aligned with the restructuring of the schools and student populations, and we anticipate that the removal of one route of outsourcing transportation costs will cover the cost of the proposed study. This analysis is really about looking at changing student populations and existing bus routes that were developed many, many years ago, and trying to develop a more efficient and economic routing of the existing buses, as well as to provide children with an economical and efficient bus ride to and from school on a daily basis. If you could pull up, the team here is Grant and I, so pleasure to meet you all. So a little bit about T&M. We were founded in 1966. We have 17 offices across the United States, eight states, 4 of which are in New Jersey. Headquartered is in Middletown, New Jersey. More than 400 employees, 250 professional engineers, and multidiscipline consultants covering everything from transportation, environmental, site design, asbestos, health and safety, you name it, we kind of do it all. It's a one-stop shop. Next slide. So I'm going to ask Grant to start to really kind of talk through this proposal and what we're really looking at to get into the bones of our discussion. So with that, I introduce you to Grant Irvin.
Thank you. So pleasure being here with you guys today. So let's just talk about the bus routing optimization. I know the district itself is looking at restructuring to a K-6 configuration, and kind of what that means is the removal of that 5th grade Jefferson Elementary where all the students attend. That's going to go to a K-6. Kwame's going to go from being a middle school to K-6 as well, and then Burnett Middle School is going to handle all the middle school students across the district. So what we're going to do is optimize the bus routes for all the school levels, which is very, very important, and part of that is the school catchment areas and updating those. And that's actually, you think of it as the service area, and I have a few maps that in the next slide, but that's the service area of that schools. What area, what polygon of this district do those students go to? And then the other key is to minimize, as Jerry and Chris were saying, minimize your private transportation contractors, but also to minimize the number of routes, which is very, very key. As Jerry said, one route could be anywhere from 52,000 to 110,000. And I would just want to stress that's just the first year. That every year you're going to get that savings back. And then, one of the key things is obviously to increase the safety for the bus riders and the walkers as well. And we're going to do some analysis around that. So in terms of the project tasks, I'm really going to focus on tasks 2 to 6, since they're the most important ones. Not that, the kickoff meeting and the project management isn't very, very important, but the devil's in the details on this. So we're going to start with Task 2, the school catchment area updates and creation. So Jerry, if you want to move this slide real quick. So one of the key things for us is to update your school catchment areas. Right now you have an existing street list that hasn't been updated and doesn't really probably accurately reflect the catchment areas themselves. But in order to generate and optimize the bus routing, you actually need to develop new catchment areas, which is something that we're going to do. So the next slide, I have a map that kind of shows you what that looks like, but we're going to use GIS Solver to kind of redevelop those catchment areas and do an overlay of existing and the new catchment areas, and build a little web-based application so leadership can kind of look at that and make adjustments to those catchment areas as needed to redefine those polygon. Once we do that, we'll do some heavy analysis, perform additional adjustments, and work with leadership to kind of finalize the catchment areas for each school. I want to stress though, future tasks, when we're doing some of the routing, I'll get into this later, those can be changed via the analysis once, this is just a preliminary thing. So if we look at the map, this is just a preliminary run of your estimated catchment areas for the elementary schools. And the way this is drawn, to explain it, is that it basically takes each school and looks at the roadway network and finds the mid-distance between those schools. right? So if you see Kwame, it's dark blue in the middle, it's a smaller area, that's probably gonna have to get stretched into Livingston and stuff like that. The other thing I wanna stress is between the light blue of Hannah Caldwell and I think it's Livingston in the bottom right, as the crow flies between those two buildings or those two schools, it's 1.89 miles, which that'll come into play later on. So the next slide basically starts to explain what the groupings are of the schools. I know you guys can't see it too well, but looking at the schools and where the students are, it's color coded, and you should see groupings that kind of look at those clusterings. If you notice the top right, or the top center, there's tons of different colored people, what schools they actually go to, right? That means you have buses traveling from all the different schools up into that area. So the school that's up there, I don't know what, I can't see it from here, Jefferson, yeah. So when that moves to K to 6, the safe assumption would be most of those students in that above that would be served by Jefferson. So you got cost savings there in terms of fuel. Jerry, if you go to the next slide. And this is a little bit kind of the same picture, but if you look at the groupings of the colors and stuff like that, some of these schools you should see like an area of red, an area of purple. But when you zoom in, you'll see dots of all different colors. And primarily, when doing this type of work, you just see every year there's new students, there's new routes. You just kind of make adjustments to the routing software and you hope that it works, right? Over the course of a decade, 15 years, that falls in disrepair, right? So it's time to kind of revamp what's been done here over the last 15 years and take a fresh look at it. So when we get into the initial analysis, one of the key things is to establish a baseline, right? So we're going to assemble all the information. So information about the schools, right? The entry and exit way for the buses, what the capacity is, what the drop-off times are for different parts, right? Vehicle information, what type of vehicle, how many students are in that vehicle? Is it wheelchair accessible? Is it not? Obviously, student info. Bus stops, very, very important. I remember growing up that bus stops were kind of always at the same location for your whole life. So when we're doing the analysis, I really want to stress that we're not making wholesale changes because that's actually the pickup point for most of those kids. You know, older brothers and sisters have always been in the same spot. But also looking at stuff at travel restrictions. I know there's some areas, some dead-end streets and some areas with 78's concerned. Also looking at sidewalks and crosswalks for walkers, right, which hasn't been done. So look at the aerial imagery and have a technician go through and say, yeah, these people should actually be walkers or these people should be bused because there's no existing sidewalks or crosswalks. And there's known issues and problem areas that have. So that's, you know, close coordination with leadership and the transportation group to kind of say, does this look right to you? I mean, you've been doing this for 5-10 years, right? What's the right way to go? Is that the right route? So we'll actually, it's a collaborative process. We're going to remove students that are walking. So anybody that's in K to 8, if you're within two miles of the school, you're a walker. If you're in high school and you're within 2.5 miles of the school, you're a walker as well. So we're going to remove them from the equation and then do the routing based on the people that are initially eligible for that bus trip. And then we just run the solution. The solution runs, we look at it, it's an iterative process, and we keep running in collaboration with leadership. There's going to be a web-based map for review and comments. Hey, tweak this, tweak that. It's not something that you would do via a paper-based system. And then as we do that solution and we keep running it, we get to the point where we're kind of meeting what the details are. And that could not just be the routes, that could be some of the socioeconomic factors in those polygons and stuff like that, or some of the response times. But that's a heavy analysis. And that builds the base from us to go to the next task, which is task 4. So task 4 is a deeper dive. That's when we start adjusting bus stops, adjusting how many people are on a bus. Each route is looked at in coordination with leadership again, and one by one we kind of step through, is this the right thing? And if we make adjustments, we run the analysis again. Part of that, as I said before, that catchment zone, there might be adjustments there based on whatever the routing's telling us. So this is a constant churn, right? It's not just one and done, set it and forget it. It's got to be massaged throughout that process. And then we get to the final part where we finalize that, and then we accept the bus routes for what they are. So when we get into the analysis report, a lot of that is comparison and evaluation of what the current routes or the existing routes were, or the catchment areas, comparing them to the new routes. So it's statistics and characteristic information, comparing old versus new, whatever the efficiencies, the return on investment that the board made from that process. There's also maps of the catchment areas, some of the new routes, and then there's a report delivered as a Word document. The one thing I want to stress here is that we're not going anywhere. We're a partner in this, so when that analysis comes out and at the end of the year, when you get all the numbers from the bus and the routing and everything like that, T&M will be there to also help support leadership in making some of those decisions and analyzing the stuff for the whole year. So Chris and I, the whole team, will always be available. So when we get into towards the end, we get document. We're going to deliver the data. So every task on the project, even the little tweaks to some of the routing and stuff, that's all going to be documented. But there's no platform currently that the district owns to actually host this data to visualize that. So we recommend the purchase of ArcGIS Online. We'll set that up. We'll configure it. It's a web-based platform, mapping platform, where you can build applications, share data and information. So everything that we build, we create, all that data will be delivered to the district. We're also going to build 2 applications that basically, we don't know what those look like yet. We have a pretty good idea. But as we start to interact with the team, it's, hey, what numbers, what metrics, what do you really need to see in these? We have a lot of experience in that. And then at the end, like I said, we deliver everything in ArcGIS Online. But the most important thing on this is that I want to just stress that, you guys own the platform. I don't own it, right? You buy the software from ESRI, and it's yours. If one day you don't like us, change the password, go give it to somebody else, right? You guys can feel free to do that. So that's one of the nice things. The other thing is that all the data and everything here is open, right? So it's shareable. It's not a system where I can't share it with anybody. You can't pull it out or anything like that. So if you wanted to pull something out and give it to another firm or do some other analysis and everything like that, the systems that you have now, you can't do that. I can't get a copy of your routes from the Pathfinder software and some other stuff. So I thank you for your time, but feel free to ask any questions.
Don't walk away. So, my board, I know I don't even have to look at them. They all have a lot of questions. What I will say is a comment. I don't know if this has, like nuclear bomb codes on it, but I would have loved to have this yesterday so I could read it and have intelligent questions, not questions like, because I feel like a 6-year-old with everything that you just gave me. And I thought I knew what this was, and then now I don't know if I knew what it was. But with that said, I know we have a lot of questions. I'll let my board go first, digest it, and come back with questions, so.
Good evening. It's gonna take us a minute to kind of digest everything in here.
I completely understand. Yeah, there's a lot there.
But I do have a question. So I see the different parameters that you will consider as you, I guess, provide us with the report. I didn't see anything, or maybe I missed it, on, are there projections made for, by June, we'll have some graduates possibly, graduate, obviously, and then we have students before pre-K that have yet to enroll, which is going to change the data. This is almost like a living, working kind of database, right?
Correct.
Are there considerations made to the shift in enrollment, demographics, even the town configuration? Seniors sell and young couples move in, or how does this work?
Yeah, so the adjustments to the data can be made at any point in time. So if you actually wanted to reroute some of those areas and everything like that, you can absolutely do that on the fly or at a scheduled interval. Typically, any work I've ever done with school districts, it is in the summer when you make those adjustments to the routes. They find out who's coming in, who's going off. And in some cases, it's not a rerouting of everything. It's just looking at those pockets and saying, we have buses, there's a lot of data here, right? So we have buses that have, they lost 4 students now, there's 3 added, so some of those are changes to those. And there could be adjustments to catchment areas as well, but that's all taken into account. So if it goes in, if we extend stuff to the summer, that's not a problem. We do that all the time. It's a maintenance issue going forward.
So, okay, so, and please excuse my ignorance, this is not my strong area. With the data analysis, you will provide us then as a district with recommendations? Is that how that works?
Correct, yes.
And does that entail creating hubs or zones where the kids are picked up as a cluster?
So, yeah, so that's part of the whole process, right? So that catchment defines the area of the students that are going to attend that school. Then when the routing comes in, we look at, you know, the capacity of the buses, how many students, the bus stops, where those bus stops those kids are going to, what the capacity of the school is, but then we also have to account for things like, so I drop them off at middle school, does that bus now go pick up people for middle school or for the high school, right? So that's a timing issue. You also have to do things like time, how long it takes to stop, how long it takes to drop them off at the school. If they pull into the school, do they go through a loop or do they exit another spot? And the routing goes like that. So there's a lot of nuances and data intricacies that have to be accounted for.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Michael?
So, I don't particularly care for the use of acronyms without some attribution. Could you just tell me what GIS?
So, good question. I should have started off that. So GIS is Geographic Information Systems. So it's mapping software. So it's basically interacting with data, tabular but spatial data like place. So I always describe, I've been doing this 25 years, I always describe my job as like Google on steroids, right? So if you walk outside, all your assets, street lights, fire hydrants, bus shelters, that's all mapped. The road's mapped. Even do analysis on the pavement to look at the age of the pavement, decay of the pavement, and stuff like that.
Got it.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
And my next question is perhaps first for Dr. Benaquista, and then you might refer to
Grant.
our expert. I understand that the connection, well, first, you referenced our cost of transportation as $10 million. Is that our total cost, including out-of-district transportation, or merely in-district?
That's pretty much out of district,
That's the
one
out-of-district.
vendor.
Okay, and
Obviously,
that number
there's
sounded
additional-
familiar to me.
That's not including our own employees,
Gotcha, okay.
you know, routes that get aid in lieu of, based on reimbursement.
Gotcha.
So-
So, and I understand that cost and the number of routes and so on, but are those routes within the scope of this project for TNM, or will the product and the net savings that we get from this project be available for us to then attack that $10 million cost?
No, this process is with the intention that we're maximizing our internal transportation, where then we could shift and pick up our out-of-district routes.
Exactly. So that's my
so
point.
those
They're not
five-
going to identify the out-of-district routes. We're going to identify the out-of-district routes
That we wanna
once we
take
have
back.
additional resources available.
Right, so if we had a driver right now that could take that one route of 100, I think it was in 16, you know, we don't have to bid out that route. We
Gotcha.
could take it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. You know, I agree with my colleagues, it's kind of a lot.
It's a lot,
And it's
yeah.
completely a little different than what I thought, so I do appreciate the clarity brought to us as a board. And I guess this questions speaks to Board Member Cohen in terms of our out-of-district students, i.e. our special education routes, and a thought process of what does that look like? So this is software that's going to help us to identify key components to bring money back into district so that we're not, in essence, not necessarily wasting, but we're utilizing our funding appropriately. What does that look like? So would that be an example that we have you, do you work with our district, our transportation team, our operations team, our superintendent?
Yep.
And then do you encompass all of the routes that the kids are doing currently within our district? And then as we pertain to out of district, do you work with the third party or county commission that we utilize for our out of district routes? Because I'm just trying to figure out how this helps us support your service. And I agree with Board Member Carbonell in terms of projections and things of that nature. It is the hope that by doing this, we'll get the necessary information, but I'm not able to connect what that looks like, because it says speaks to each one individually, each staff. What staff? Is it our staff? Is it transportation? Is it county commission where the bulk of the money goes from, as well as in district for K through 6?
So we'll work with everybody that we have to, and we've already talked to Tracy and the transportation group about this.
Okay.
So the best way to say this is like, I don't know, I just say, I don't assume I know anything about the district. I don't know anything about the roads,
Right.
the students, or anything like that. So when that analysis goes through, we chop it into discrete
Okay.
groups, right? So once we identify, the kids that are walking, that's one. Then it's who gets routed on the buses, that's two. Then it's the out of district, that's
Okay.
three. So each one is treated individually. The software, I mean, it's been around for 30 years. You can't just throw everything in and say, figure
Got
it
it.
out. So it's got to be, at each level, it's got to be an iterative process. So that could be 3 levels, that could be 5, it could be 10.
And so you're heavily requiring us to ensure that you get all the required information necessary so that the software is feasible
Correct.
and can elicit.
And we've already got pretty much all the data. We've looked at stuff. A lot of the data that you saw on the screen was data
Yeah.
that we received.
Okay.
The catchment areas that we drew were just, hey, throw it in and just get the midpoint and draw those polygons, right? Obviously, that's just a push a button, let it run, right? But when we get down to it, literally, we're going to zoom in, look at that, and move those lines
Okay.
to meet whatever criteria that we have. We have some criteria, but that still has to be established.
Understandable.
Like
And
that.
last question,
Yeah,
with
sure.
the tentative information that you receive, do you have a projection in mind, given what you have right now, knowing you need more, but
Right.
do you have a projected timeline?
So the
A
timeline
tentative, based on,
to deliver everything?
to deliver, yes.
So I have a staff member fully allocated this whenever you're ready. And he's
Okay.
dedicated full-time to that. So tomorrow, if you said you're ready to go, Jeremy, all right, this is yours. So I have other work for him, but this is waiting for him.
Okay.
And he's going to be
We
on that
discussed
solely.
a 6 to 8 week
6 to 8 week window?
process.
Okay.
But as long as what they need is being met. They need us along the way to make
absolutely.
sure that we're discussing and tweaking. But the other thing I want to bring up, because you brought up a good point, that this board has mentioned or discussed at times, and with unfortunately issues that come about. Right now, our out-of-district routes are subcontract, not our employees. We've talked about almost being able to control our out-of-district routes with our employees.
Exactly.
And that is also, it's not a fiscal possible impact, it's not maybe, we have kids maybe on a bus an hour and a half a day between morning and drop-off, pick-up and drop-off, because they're going across town.
Right.
But it's also about our employees transporting our out-of-district kids. There's something to that. We talk a lot about bringing services back, this board. We've made huge strides to bring services back. This is just another one that we could slowly bring back to our district. There is, every time we bring back a route, there's a cost savings. But there's also a part of it saying we're transporting our kids.
Exactly. Thank you.
If I could say just one more thing.
Sure.
The biggest Achilles heel to any schedule or delivery is the interaction between the groups, right? So if I give you something and it takes you 2 weeks to give me feedback, then that extends 2 weeks. If it takes you 2 days, that's great. So we're on call, we're ready to move forward with this immediately.
So I have a question. So first of all, I'm old. I can hardly hear you. Can you?
Sorry.
Yes. I don't know if you. I speak loudly.
No,
My
it's
ears
good.
don't work that well. Thank you. So this is not my wheelhouse. Okay. I want to learn, and I'm responsible. I'm a vote, and there's many people that ask, what are we voting on? So today, what am I voting on? This is what I've gathered from everything I see here. So it is a software system, right? That you keep saying we, man. Who's we? Is it we, the district? We, you guys? Who is the we that's gonna put all this information into this software? And are you doing it till the end of time? Is there a subscription to this? This is almost $100,000. So, and I want to say yes to this, but before I say yes, I need to know what it is. And that was really nice and sexy, but I'm not that smart. We need to dial it back so that I could understand it.
So I'll back up and kind of
Please,
explain everything.
thank you.
So the software that you're paying, you're not paying for any software except for the ArcGIS Online software, which is going to host your data, host the applications, host some dashboards, whatever 2 applications that we build, right? That could be $700 a year for 1 user account and to have that space in the cloud. If you want other people to be able to view it, viewer accounts are $100 a year. If you want people to be able to edit data, which I would recommend right now, it's $350 a year. So that's a platform that the district owns, that you'll give us.
And we
access-
control that?
You control.
Okay,
You
all
just
right.
give us access to it, and we'll put all the data, the maps.
And that's not in the 85,000?
That's part of.
Oh, it is?
85,000,
Okay,
yeah.
great, thank you.
Yeah, so that's there. The software that we use, we own ESRI software. They make, 95% of all the GIS software in the world. And I've been using their routing software for 20 years. I used to route all the residential trash trucks, snow trucks, and recycling for the city of Philadelphia. And I've also done some school analysis for my previous firm. So we take all those data parameters in. The schools, the bus stops, even the roadway network, left turns cost more than right turns and everything like that. We put it in that system, and we basically just hit run, and it runs the analysis, right, based on the parameters. So we could just take a school and say, this school, here's the catchment area, here's where all the bus stops are, these are how many kids are at the bus stops. Let's run it and do it with 5 buses. And these are the 5 buses. These buses this bus has capacity for 26 students, this has capacity for 40. This bus is a special needs bus if there's kids like wheelchair access and stuff like that. So that's all baked into that. At the end of that software, when that runs, it spits out results. It spits out new routes. It spits out statistics, how long that route takes, how many kids were on that bus, the ETA on times and stuff like that, right? And that's using just all this data. What we deliver to you is the new catchment areas and those new routes, right? So catchment is the service area. So this area of the town this area of the town goes to this school. This area goes to Livingston. This one goes to Hannah Caldwell. This one goes to, right? You can't run the analysis unless you have those catchments because there's no boundary for those schools, right? Otherwise, that's why you have kids going all over. The kid from the west side of town is going somewhere to the east side of town and vice versa, right? So once they're built, and you'll get those back, that layer you get back, like I said, if you want to walk away one day, you have that layer, you have the ability, and there's tons of people, it's not in a closed system, that can also manipulate that as well. So you'll get the new catchments, but then you'll get every route for every school. So this school, here's all the bus routes, here's the times, here's the turn, left turn, right turn, here's the bus stop pickups, all that numbers. So there's a report that gets printed out for each route for each school. So all of that is loaded up. And we'll build a little viewer where you can say, show me this school, show me the routes for this school, show me the actual route, show me the bus stops. So part of that's also defined by leadership here saying, these are the things that I want to see in that application. I can get you 75% of the way, but the last 25% is you guys saying, this is what I want from the data. This is what I want to see, right? So there's performance metrics.
This estimated catchment area.
Yep, so that's, that,
Why didn't we include the high school? I don't know if this is working, sorry.
well, the main,
Why didn't we include the high school in that
yeah,
one?
so the main analysis, the high school is not changing. That catchment area is the whole town, right? But the kindergartners are going to go from 6 to 8. So those are your estimated, just an initial, no parameters, just saying, show me the middle of each thing for those elementary schools.
And this is all working off of data that we've already provided to
Yes,
you?
yep.
And you said, so you did all of that great stuff, and this is what you got?
Right.
Understood.
correct.
Thank you so much for all,
yeah, my
for
pleasure.
answering.
And just to mention also the high school, part of this is also going to tell us, are we maximizing our routes right now at the high school? We know everyone comes to the high school, but we don't know if we're doing it the right way, or we could change the way we're routing to possibly cut down on a route or speed up time.
Madam President, I do have another.
One thing I wanted to mention, we were looking at the data.
Oh, I can't
is
hear you. I'm sorry.
To do this on your current configuration would also be beneficial as well, because if you look at your data now, it's not grouped, it's all over the place. You have different color students all over. So if you're going to make the change, it definitely has to be done, but there's really no loss in doing the analysis in the way things are right now, because right now, you know, there's not a lot of efficiency in that
We're
system.
not currently, we don't have a current AI, whatever system that you're saying, or do we?
You have a Pathfinder system which manages all your routes.
Oh, gotcha. And
That's redone every year, but it goes back to, it's one of those closed systems.
would your AIG take over the Pathfinder?
Yeah, it can
Okay.
replace it if needed, but our routes are far more optimized than what you're getting from that software. Because there's so many different data points that we're turning the knobs and dials on.
So there's some savings because we're no longer using Pathfinder, we're moving on
Yes,
to AIG. I'm
correct.
so sorry, yes. Okay.
And it's industry standard software. It's not like a one-off package that somebody built that, is like super niche.
So for, go ahead. Yeah, and then Michael. Okay. I apologize.
We're here, don't worry. I'm sorry, I said we had questions.
Oh, no, I'll be here all night. Yeah, make sure you guys are comfortable.
So I guess it's not so much the question, but what I heard you underscore is accuracy and efficiency. In terms of the output, the quality of the output is going to be contingent upon the data that we provide to you as input. Yeah?
Correct. But-
And the number of data points as well as the accuracy of that data.
Correct. So the more data we get, the more accurate that data that we get, the more efficient it spits out the routes. So the efficiency of those routes. So, sorry.
Thank you, Sal, thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. So the more accurate it is, the more data points we have, the more that we can adjust that routing software. So if you just told me where all the bus stops were, but you didn't tell me how many students were at that bus stop, or I couldn't look at where they live and just say, oh, well, we'll send all these to this bus stop, or we'll send all these to those bus stop. It'll run, but it won't be efficient, right? So the more granular data, and the teams provide us with a lot of data already, really, really good data, but the more you get into that, the better it turns out.
And my last question to you is, have you ever provided the service and the organization or entity not benefited financially?
No, every time I've ever done it, there's been a benefit, and that depends on a lot of factors, and it's also whatever the industry is. So in waste management and everything, the savings can then be anywhere from 10 to 35%. Some of the routing I've done for some of the school districts, it's around 20 to 25, right? But the size of the operation also
Of
matters.
course.
So a large operation, you may only save 8%, but that's a significant savings as opposed to somebody that only has, 20 vans or something like that. So, yeah,
Thank
there's,
you.
it's the scale of economy.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure.
So, I'm sorry, I do have two really
No,
quick
no.
comments. So really what we're talking about is optimizing the operations of busing in the schools. And so the encatchment that you're showing to us is based on distance, right? But we know that different schools accommodate different school or different number of children. So this would also allow us to identify and make sure that we're using our buildings to capacity, making sure we're optimizing the available space in the district. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Second follow-up question is, are we limiting and restricting to the existing bus stops, or are we looking to see if there's potentially new bus stops that might be better of use for us?
So great question. So task 3, we're not going to touch the bus stops. That's to basically establish a baseline for the routing. Task 4 is, okay, we're going to look at this route. Does this bus stop make sense? No. Okay, are we going to move it? Are we going to move a catchment area? Are we going to take these kids and put them at a different bus stop? But it goes back to kind of what I said, bus stops are the last thing to change because they're historical things that everyone I still remember all my bus stops, right? So that's kind of the last thing we change because that disrupts,
And final idea is, so we're talking about potentially using a software where it would be easier for us to manage this. Is there a way for it to interface with some of our data management systems? So that way, as students enroll in schools, does it automatically update with this? Or what is that kind of communication between different
So,
data systems?
so the one thing I want to say about the platform is if you use Google Maps, you'll be able to use the platform. I don't need to train you. I could give you a PDF, one page, and say this zooms in, this zooms out. If you want to run a query, do this or that. So it's very, very simplistic. And we can customize those buttons and everything like that. What was the second part again? I'm sorry.
I'm thinking as students enroll out, is that
Systems, right.
working together?
So the fact this is a web-based system, and I've been using it since it's been out for 13 years now, integration with other systems it's totally doable for any APIs or anything like that. So I have a project right now on the other side of Philadelphia where we're integrating with their FMX system, their camera system, and we built some APIs for their SQL databases that store student information, schedule information, and daily calls, who's in and who's out, and that gets displayed on a map for them. So yeah, it's an open platform, it'll integrate with pretty much anything.
And so if I understand how ArcGIS works, some of these maps and data is already available on our, like, so the township may already have some of this. So it's just bringing that data into and overlaying it with our district
Yeah,
data.
correct, yeah.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
so, yeah, I think if you have an existing GIS system, or you have the desktop software, you have a full enterprise environment, anything we're doing here can get loaded right into there.
And the other thing I want to mention, as we found with the unfortunate Hannah Caldwell situation, how packed our schools are, number one. So with doing something like this, looking at the catchment areas, we could do it, again, saying we want to get at a, say, 90% capacity based on that school's capacity limits. But that at the same time, we know we're busing kids, again, special ed kids across town, because that's where the program is. We have a lot of programs, we keep expanding. So with this, we could also kind of create programs or move programs so that, say, two schools that are next to each other share those programs, but it's also maximizing that we see that we have kids in those areas that can fill that program. So it's a way to also make sure we're not just sending students to one school for a program, but looking strategically at making sure as we're growing. And if we come up with more space, then continue to grow with the special ed programs. So every area or every school ends up having a program or sharing it between say a sister school. So that's also another thing we're going to be working on as we keep getting further along. But also we'll look at free reduced, we'll look at race, we'll look at our special ed population and all the subgroups to make sure that, again, we might not be able to make it perfect, but never before have we looked at creating lines to try to bring proportion to our districts, but to each school. And we'll also look at that to try to make it the best we can.
Pleasure.
And just to clarify, this system would take over the current system being used by our transportation department.
If you guys choose,
Correct?
if you guys choose, so it will.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. No, I just wanted to, because I'm like, when you said integration, and I'm like, well, no, we would be.
Yeah. It's, my experience has been, once you go down this path and you get the platform set up and
No,
everything.
that's fine. I just
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to make sure that,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, no,
just for
it totally will.
clarification, that we would be upgrading into this system and not incorporating the one that we're currently
Correct.
using. What, Pathfinders? Yeah,
Pathfinder.
and so,
Yeah.
more up, high tech. Okay,
Yep, yep.
thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Just one more quick question
Yeah, sure.
for Dr. Benaquista. So we've heard from T&M that they're going to have a dedicated employee. Is it safe to assume that it will be Ms. McKenzie, who will be the designated employee on your team, that will be the interface from the district with T&M?
There's been several employees already integrating with T&M. Tracy Kisak, the manager of transportation, is vital to this process, as well as my leadership team. It will not be just one person.
So it won't be just one person?
No,
But will there be a primary point of contact?
I mean, it falls under Ms. McKenzie's responsibilities first.
Yeah.
She'll be the lead on it, but we're going to need other employees to also weigh in and be part of it.
All right, thank you.
May I just ask a question, Madam President? Okay, so, and looking at the map, I know you didn't include the high school, but what about Burnett? Because I know that's going to be changing to,
Yeah, so the middle school will go through a full analysis as well, because now that's serving the whole area.
community.
Right.
Okay.
So
Thank
that's
you.
going to get rerun as well. It pretty much everything,
Optimized.
say again?
From the beginning, optimized route.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm a software engineer, and I have some questions if you want to hear them.
Madam President?
I'll take a question.
Okay. So I was wondering, first of all, you said that what you build, you input into the, let's see, what software was it?
ArcGIS Online?
No, the ESRI, and come out with an analysis, and that's what you give us. Do you then rerun that analysis as the data changes?
Yes.
And for over what period of time is the district contracted with you to continually rerun those analyses and get that updated?
Right, so I think for this task, it's just the initial analysis, and if we get some stuff over the summer, we'll rerun some stuff. The software from ESRI, it's an extension, it's called Network Analyst, which basically is a solver for roadway networks and pickups and stuff like that, so.
So the 85,000, that contract covers one run, the initial data survey.
We're gonna run it, we'll run the routing solution multiple times. The delivery will be one delivery, but when we go through this process, that algorithm will be run probably 50 to 60 times.
Okay,
So
so by the time, but once we get the results, that's it, it's a static thing, and then we can take that data anywhere else, but we're not gonna re-optimize over time.
It's,
As the district changes.
correct, yeah, it's entirely up to you.
The ArcGIS software that you're speaking about, who hosts and manages and sets that up?
So the district will buy that software, we'll set it up and configure it like a splash screen and some other tools and stuff like that.
And that's just to view the data on a map?
Yes. Well, there's other types of functionality in that platform, but we'll set up, we'll configure it, we'll load all the data, we'll build the applications, and at that point in time, you guys can take the administrative password and we don't have access to it.
Where did the catchment area optimization come from? Is that something you ran based on student population data through?
The data.
So when we initially did it, we ran it through this system saying, these are the new 8 schools, what would a catchment go to kind of see it on the screen and stuff like that. The current catchments is it's a Word document that just has street lists. So there is no GIS or mapping file that currently exists in that. So all the stuff, I'm safe to assume from what I've seen, all the stuff that's been run to this point hasn't really paid attention to catchments or paid attention to catchments 10 to 15 years ago, and it's just a annual update for the routes, not the catchments.
Okay, so for the district's knowledge, about $150 an hour is the hourly rate for software engineers at a pretty senior level. So 85,000 is about 560 hours of work. They don't build, right, the software, the algorithm, they're taking our data and putting it in, rerunning it, analyzing it, viewing it on a map, and giving it back to us one time. So just to get a sense of where the numbers sit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What was, I'm sorry, your name?
Eric and Lynn.
Thank you so much. I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for entertaining all of our
pleasure.
questions. I appreciate you.
Any future questions, feel free to reach out.
Oh, yes, definitely.
My pleasure.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
So next up, I would like to invite Dr. Rodriguez. We've recently had some discussions, community questions on curriculum and instruction, and Dr. Rodriguez wants to present. And I'll let him kind of explain what he's presenting on, where he's going, and hopefully it answers a lot of the questions that this board has been dealing with. You take it.
Thank you. So good evening. If you'd like to follow along, you can obviously follow along on the screen, or if you have a phone, if you have Canva, it is a free app, but you can follow along on Canva here. So good evening, Board President, Board Vice President, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Benaquista, and community. Tonight I have the pleasure of giving a kind of a 40,000-foot overview of what the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Department does here in the Township of Union, under the leadership of obviously Dr. Benaquista, Superintendent of Schools. Also under the leadership of our directors, Mrs. Hutchinson, Dr. Cohen, and Mr. Wochuk. So, first off, right, so what is the role of the Curriculum and Instruction Department? So first off, curriculum development and alignment. Instructional support as well. Assessment and evaluation of student progress. Looks like I'm going to have to stay on this side. And integration of technology and innovation, as well as equity and inclusion. So that's just right now, just an overview. So let's kind of take a look at a map of what that kind of looks like. All right? You'll see arrows all over the place because we really don't have just a clean feedback loop. Everything connects to everything. So first we start at the top left, curriculum. Curriculum is the what. What do we teach? Right? And that follows along then to instruction. We go from what do we teach to how do we teach it. Then assessment. So our NJSLA scores are just one of many assessments that we have to measure where our students are. Then we review the data, and we sprinkle in some technology as well, and equity and inclusion, of course. So first off, curriculum. What's the purpose? So we develop curricula that align with New Jersey Student Learning Standards, or what we call NJSLS, which obviously are state-mandated guidelines specifying what students should know and be able to do at each grade level. The curriculum incorporates core subjects such as mathematics, English, sorry for giving you my back, English, language arts, science, social studies, along with electives and specialized courses. Okay? Instruction, this is what we see in our classrooms. Teachers deliver the curriculum using evidence-based instructional strategies and resources tailored to diverse learners. Okay. Then we have as well assessment. So assessment is not just our NJSLA scores. We assess every single day, whether it's formative assessments or any kind of assessments. If we ask a student a question, that's considered an assessment. We have them do homework, that's an assessment. We have benchmarks, which we use our iExcel, iReady, Linkit, and then of course we have our NJSLA scores and our NJ GPA scores, which are the high school proficiency exams. Really, the GPA stands for graduation performance. And then one of the most important things that we do is review of the data. So we collect all this data, and then what do we do with it? Why do you collect data? Why does that matter? Because data is a measure that has already passed. I can't change the data. I can't change what I've collected. What I can only change is what we're going to do next, moving forward. So what we do is we review that data at all levels. So let's talk about the first part, which is curriculum. So curriculum, we have many various things that we do, right? So we have Atlas, which we presented to the Board of Ed before. Atlas is a repository online that we collect all the curriculums, where the teachers have access to scope and sequence, which means, you know, on this day, you should be teaching this. This month, this is the unit, these are the common assessments that you should be using, these are the items that you should be using, and also teachers have the opportunity to upload some lessons, some common assessments, and we're continuing to grow that process. So online, teachers can access this curriculum. We make sure that our instructional materials align with our New Jersey core curriculum standards. And so for instance, like HMH, into math, into reading, things like that. Those are our curricula that we infuse into, that we make sure that are aligned to our New Jersey learning standards. We provide professional development, pretty much how to teach those curricula, as well to the teachers. If there's any kind of new instructional program, so for instance, we are piloting a new math program at Hannah Caldwell right now from grades 2 to 4. So we provided professional development, and so some of those are some of the new pilots that we take a look at to see if they are they good? We ask teachers, what do you think? What do the students think about them? So we're always constantly making sure that we stay on top of what we're doing, of the curriculum. Is it getting a little stale? Is it boring? Is it making sure that we are inclusive of every student, our multi-language learners, our students with 504s, our special education students? Because in special education, remember, we don't have a curriculum for special ed. Right? So it is our special education students access our general education curriculum with modifications and accommodations. And in certain situations, through an IEP, we have specialized instruction. Okay. So the next thing is instruction. Right? So instructional support. We provide professional development, and this year, and in years past, what we've been doing now is we have coaches. We have 5 instructional coaches in the district that help our teachers through a PLC process, which is the professional learning community. So our elementary schools have PLCs at every grade level where our instructional coaches come and attend. And what happens in those PLCs really is that the instructional coaches work with our teachers. They ask them, what's going on? What do you see in the curriculum? What gaps are we not seeing? Right? So like we always say, we are always collecting data, but again, data is just what we did. Right? Once we collect that data, through those PLCs, through those instructional coaches, we work with individual teachers and teachers at grade level to improve instruction. Right? So we always need to understand that it's always a work in progress. It's always a work in progress. Growth and comfort do not coexist, which means that if we're comfortable, we're not growing. And so thankfully, under the leadership of the Board of Education and Dr. Benaquista, we've been able to have those instructional coaches. You can talk to our teachers. They are godsends. They love them. They work really well. Most of the time, those instructional coaches are their colleagues. They've seen them before. So they work very well together. Mm-hmm. We also have RTI teachers. So RTI stands for Response to Intervention. So what happens is we have RTI teachers that work in our elementary schools, and we identify students using data, once again, that are struggling. They're struggling in literacy. They're struggling in math. We find out exactly what is it that they're struggling in. Right? So it's not just, oh yeah, he or she is having a hard time reading. Okay, but reading what? Is it that they're not understanding phonemic awareness? Is it that they're having issues with reading comprehension? And so those RTI teachers cast a net. Imagine casting a net of students that are struggling, and they work with them in small groups. So they'll pull them out, and they work with them individually or in groups of 4 on the skills that those students need at that time. As they grow, they may be put back into the classroom, meaning that they're no longer going to be pulled out by this teacher, and then a new group of students would come in. So we work hand in hand with our instructional coaches, our RTI coaches, inside those PLCs, those professional learning communities, to really understand the data, to understand, how we say, kind of keep a pulse on what's happening. And any new data that we get, we shift. All right, and so this is extremely important, this instructional support. And we've been able to build, over the last couple of years, a support system around our teachers. So we have instructional coaches at the elementary level, we have instructional coaches as well at the middle school level, and hopefully soon we may come up with proposals to the Board of Education for trying to see if we can have coaches at the high school level as well, so that we have a full gamut of K to 12 instructional coaches, because they're doing an excellent job, and under the leadership of the directors of curriculum and instruction, we really are making sure that we work with data, right? We're not just walking around throwing punches in the dark. We really have to make sure that we use data to make any kind of decisions. Okay, the next part is assessment of data. Data, 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 because we have to constantly understand where are we? Where are we, and then where are we going? This year we're going to start having data meetings with our middle schools, so Kiwami and Burnett will come in. We're going to sit with their principals and their data teams, and we're going to show them all the data. Here are your NJSLA scores. Here are your IXL. IXL is a program that helps us understand where students are. They're benchmarks. We're going to bring them in. We're going to show them that data. Recently, we sent out New Jersey Sky, which is the New Jersey School Climate Initiative Survey. What that data will give us is, how do students feel in the school? Do they feel welcomed? Do they feel like they belong? Do they feel that someone cares about them? And we have this data for each individual school, right? For instance, if our teachers feel that they belong but our students don't, or our Hispanic females feel that in Burnett they don't feel like they belong, what are we going to do about that? If our black males at Kiwami feel that they don't have a role model, what can we do about that? And so this climate initiative is extremely amazing data that we're going to be getting back January 1st. So in the new year, we'll be able to work with that. So we're going to have these meetings that are going to really wrap around all this data and talk to our principals and talk to those teachers and say, okay, here's the data. This is where you were. Where do we want to go? So in this district, we don't want to ask for more. We want to do more with what we have. And so one thing I always say, it's not that we need to do more. We actually need to do less, but do it better. We need to concentrate. So this is where assessment and data is extremely important. Again, there we have 5 instructional coaches currently. We work with our SCIP teams, which are the school improvement panels. They exist at every school. And also, we are going to do a new walkthrough system that is going to start in January, where every single one of our administrators must do 5 walkthroughs, not just in their buildings, especially our supervisors that are K-12.
Sorry, let me see if this might be a little bit better.
And our supervisors, our K-12 supervisors, will be doing walkthroughs in every school. And we're going to get all that data and present it to the principals, because if we don't present it to our school leaders and to our teachers, then we can't act on this data. So what else do we do? Integration of technology and innovation. So technology is a tool, right? So imagine, right, we are the farmers, right? So if we're growing our produce, imagine our students, our tomatoes, our lettuce, our corn. And I said this a long time ago. If those plants don't grow, we don't blame the plant. We blame the dirt that those plants and that those tomatoes are in, right? If our students don't grow, we're not looking at our students. We're looking at what are we doing? What are we not doing? Right? So imagine technology is kind of that miracle grow, right? It's not the dirt, but it's going to help speed up that growth. And that's what this is really, integration of technology and innovation. So there are tools to support instruction and assessment. We have online publishing of resources, embedded technology into curriculum. And here as well, the iReady, iExcel, and Linkit platforms. We use these, we give these assessments 3 times a year. So they give us 3 points of data so we see where we are. These assessments align with NJSLA, so we get a pretty good, it's a measuring stick, so we get a pretty good knowledge of where our students are and how they may score on the NJSLA through these benchmarks. Okay. Use of learning management systems. We have professional development, a STEAM fair, and digital tools for online assessment. So we have, and these are just a few items, because I did not want to put up an exhaustive list. We'd be here all night. Equity inclusion, we do a lot here. So we also have to remember, equity is not equality. Right? So equality means everybody gets the same thing. We're way past that. We're way past just making sure that everybody gets the same thing. I like to use this analogy, right? So if somebody's having a heart attack in this room, we're not going to give CPR to everybody. We're going to give CPR to the person who needs it at that time, and that's what equity is. So equity looks different for each student, each day. And inclusion is to make sure that students feel included, but not only the students, our families, our community, that they feel included in this process. And that is how we work in communication, right? So trying to get the word out. We use multi-language parent advisory committees. We have CPAG. We are starting, and we sent something out for grading, grading for equity committee. We're looking to revamp our grading policy. Student opportunities like the Scholar Academy at Kane, the Seal of Biliteracy, Silas, which is something at middle school that Ms. Ahern oversees, our supervisor of counseling, PBSIS, as well in every single school we have PBSIS. College and trade school, we have guest speakers, student recognition programs like the National Honor Society that some of us were at the high school the other day. So these are, again, are just some examples. A little bit more, some learning sessions for families, district policies and regulations, make sure that we include equity and inclusion in those. Monthly newsletters, December's monthly newsletter just came out as well, if you'd like to take a look at that. We have town hall sessions. Every single school, every single principal has a town hall every single month. They have topics that they go over, but at every school, they have a town hall that's specific to their school and their parents and their community. We have translation and interpretation services so that nobody in this district can ever say that they don't have access to someone who speaks their language. Right? It's not always the best, meaning that the best thing to do is to have somebody who speaks your language right in front of you. But when that doesn't occur, we have a service that we can use. Right? And so at the end of the day, it's very important that someone speaks your language. Language is not just about communication, but language is culture. Right? If I'm a Spanish speaker, or if I speak Portuguese, and someone in front of me is speaking Portuguese as well, I just feel more relaxed. I feel more calm because that's somebody I know, somebody I can connect to. So speaking another language is not just about communication. It really is about that feeling of belonging. We also have increased multilingual communication. We do have adult ESL classes that are starting in January as well. And other items, I know I have another one. Nope. So in here, I thought I missed it. So what we also have is ULearn. So something that we started this year under the direction of the directors of curriculum and instruction and assessment is a parent ULearn opportunity that every month we have either an in-person or a virtual session that helps our parents. There was a session about managing stress, managing behaviors at home. So items that we can also help teach our community, right? So we have to extend the classroom outside of the 8 to 3 hour. No longer can we feel comfortable in just being able to teach our students 8 to 3 and then just sending them home. Right? Our world has changed. We really need parents to become involved. It's a necessity. We can only do so much in 180 days That's 6 hours a day. We need the help of parents. So equity and inclusion, it's not just a nice word like, oh, that's nice. We need it. We desperately need to make sure that we continue to connect with our families and our community. So again, this is just it's really a 40,000-foot overview of what the department does. But really the most important thing that you need to understand is that it's a constant loop where we talk about curriculum, right? Curriculum is the what. What do we teach? Instruction is the how. How do we teach it? And then assessment is where are we? And are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? Or are we getting results? And once we get that assessment, we come back, we look at the curriculum, we look at instruction, and we have all those supports in our department really that wrap around services for our students. So again, I know it's a general overview, and I just want to let you know again, NJSLA scores are just one measure. Yes, it's an extremely important measure. I'm not going to say, the state looks at it, it's what everyone looks at, but it's just one measure of our students' learning. Right? So because of COVID, we all know COVID, we say that as an excuse. But because our students are not at grade level does not mean they're not learning. Right? So if I have a student in 4th grade who's 2 years behind, but in 3 years from now is only 1 year behind, they're still not going to pass the NJSLA. But that student is growing and learning at a faster pace. Right? So our scores, some of our scores are below the state average. We've never been afraid to say that. But the one thing that we are extremely happy about is that we are closing that achievement gap. We are growing faster than the state is growing. And that means that gap is getting smaller. And at the end of the day, that's where we need to be. Right? Again, NJSLA scores are back there. Right? We got those, that is almost a year ago now. It's what we're doing with that data that matters now. And what we're doing now is just a small glimpse of tonight. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns?
Okay, so of course I'm going to look at the part where you talked about the role of the curriculum and instructions department around instructional support. So I wanted to ask, do we do a survey of the staff to ask what they need? And if so, what came of that survey? That's my first question. The second question is the professional development intentionally designed to align to the career advancement and align to the curriculum practices for all educators, not just the practitioner in the classroom that's before the student? And also, are we offering joint trainings to allow our educators and paraeducators who have to work in a shared space the opportunity to learn together to support the classroom initiatives?
Sure. So the first part is and I'm sorry, well, I'll start answering them. The survey. So no, do we have a survey out to the teachers that ask them what they need? No, but what we do get that information through the PLCs and through our instructional coaches and through our supervisors. So how does that work? So weekly, especially in elementary schools and all the way through our middle schools, our teachers come to PLCs where they discuss grades, they discuss the lesson of the day, they discuss, okay, what kind of assessment are we going to do? And when our instructional coaches are part of those PLCs, they have that information to say, okay, listen, this lesson's not working. This thing in HMH that we're doing into reading, this lesson's great, but this lesson right here is not working. What can we do? And so they sit there with the instructional coach and work that out. If they say that they need something, how we work it, the instructional coaches work very well and very closely with our supervisors. So our supervisors of ELA and math meet with our coaches weekly. So from there, they get that information. What do we need? What do we need in this? And things like that. Like, for instance, our math program, we're piloting one in Hannah, right? Because that came from a lot of our teachers who said, our math curriculum isn't working for us. It's just not working. It's, the lessons are tough, things like that. So what do? We pivot and say, okay, let's see if we can pilot something, right? So we're not going to change the entire program until we can pilot it with a school and be specific and intentional with that. If that works out, then we'll push it out to the groups. In terms of PD, so for career advancement, we do have, they do have, well, we have a way that teachers can get tuition reimbursement. So that's one way that we ask teachers if they'd like to continue on their education, we can do that. In terms of internal, we do have 4 PD days, and hopefully we can ask and get some more. But we do have PD days that we work with our teachers on that to help grow. Our PD is based off of the data that we get, right? So if we're finding out that these lessons aren't correct, they're not well received by the students, then we'll turn around and get some PD for that. And then the last question, and I think
And teachers are allowed to go on 2 PD days a year. Obviously, with, if they ask to go on an additional, it would be determined by leadership, but they can go up to 2 outside. So if they recognize some PD they need themselves, they can look at, say, Morris Union Jointure offers this PD on this day, put in a PD request form, and they would be able to go to that. But in the end, our district does need to look at, when we're building a calendar, to somehow work with the association leaderships and give more PD opportunities, not just at points of the year.
And can I ask, when you have that meeting with the leadership, that everybody is reflected there?
Absolutely.
So somebody from the custodian, everybody should be reflected in that meeting
Absolutely.
and present.
And then I believe the last question was about the paraprofessionals. So the
Right, the
paraprofessionals,
joint training between the educator and the para-educator being able to be in a setting together so that they're learning and working on initiatives collaboratively together so that when they produce it in the classroom, they can bounce off of each other and work together within that particular thing that they're teaching.
so absolutely. So any PD that we have, we invite our paraprofessionals as well to all those PDs. On top of it, we're working with the special education department to make sure that our paraprofessionals also get a different type of training. So a training like prompting. There's a hierarchy of prompting with students, how to deal with some of those behaviors, putting in behavior intervention plans, and items like that. But yeah, so the paraprofessionals are invited to every single one of the PDs that we have.
Right, so what I mean is like if she's a teacher and I'm her para, we're attending training together, not you can go or you should, I'm saying it should be developed so that we are together in that space learning together. You understand? Not like, oh, it's a training over here and if you want to go, your paras can go. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if we're going to be in this classroom together teaching this set of kids based on this particular lesson plan or whatever platform that we may be using where this information lives and exists, I should be with her so that I can support her, because what that does is that creates a culture for that para-educator to feel that they're valued in the process of teaching that child, and that so if that teacher is absent, if the para-educator has their certification to be a substitute, right, then we can elevate them. They can actually teach the lesson for the day. We won't have to have somebody outside coming in to do that where the child is not engaged, right, but knowing that I would feel good as a teacher if I knew that my para-educator can pick up right when I left off, if I should need to be out, or if I need to leave that classroom, if I have an emergency or anything like that. So are we building those kinds of opportunities for our educators and para-educators who are sharing those classroom spaces so that we can make sure that our students are having great educational opportunities?
So yes, absolutely. And right now, and when I say are invited, because right now our paraprofessionals are only mandated to go to 1 PD day. And we're looking to change that in the future, but right now it's a mandated 1. But if a teacher goes during the year, so we've had PD during the day. For instance, the new math pilot program that we piloted at Hannah. We actually made sure that we were able to cover the teachers during the day. So at that point, those aides and those paraprofessionals went with those teachers because it was during the day and we were able to get them to make sure. At that point, we can make sure that they're both together learning the same thing. So yes, there is opportunity, and we are going to make sure we continue to do that.
Continue it, please.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I have a couple, you gave the acronym of PLCS. What is that because sometimes it's the assumptions, but, as we're all being, learning, not everybody's from the educational world, and also our community needs to kind of understand it. So one, what is PLCS? What are the requirements around that? And then How often are they done? Is that a mandatory thing that has to be done by our educators? How is it monitored? How does the feedback come back? How is it deciphered so that additional goals and/or assistance can be made? So that was one. And then the other question I had was in terms of the paras being mandated. Could you elaborate on that? Like, what does that mean? Mandated for one PD day to learn about baking cake? Or, like, I agree with Board Member Scott Hayden. It is extremely important that there's a collaboration and an understanding across the board. And so if they're only mandated to one, what does that look like? Is that a state requirement? Is it a district requirement? Like, help me understand that.
Yep, absolutely. Sorry. So I'll work backwards. So in terms of the paras, so contractually, in their contract, paras are working 181 days. 180 school days, and then 1 professional development day. Our teachers have 185 days of work, so that's 180 days plus 5 PD days. So it's 100, yeah. So we can.
And when you say contract, union
Yes,
contracted?
as per their union
Okay.
contract.
You
So-
know, like I said, I don't want us to all assume everybody understands.
Correct. But, so even though it's only mandated, for instance, for paras, it's only mandated one day, it does not mean we don't give them the opportunity to come to other professional development. So like I
Okay.
said, they're always invited to every single PD day that we have. They're free to come. We have paras that do come. So I also don't want to make it sound like, oh, they don't come because, oh, it's my, they do come. They do, absolutely.
Okay.
They, they come and but they're not mandated to. So
Okay.
there's those differences.
Understood.
And then it's per contract, it's not really
Okay.
anything state. As for PLC, so PLC stands for Professional Learning Community.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Professional Learning Community.
Okay,
So what that is weekly, teachers will meet. So PLCs are mandated by the state. They don't give, they must, they must do it this much, or, so they are mandated. So what PLCs look like in the Township of Union is weekly, the teachers will meet. So by, let's just say I'm in Livingston, our third grade teachers will meet at a certain time. Let's just, I'm making this up, but Thursdays, we're going to meet at 8 o'clock. Or shall I say 9:30. We're going to meet during this period, and then there are agendas. They talk about certain items. Our instructional coaches are there as well. They're not at every single PLC, but they are there, if not weekly, a couple times a week, they'll be at every school. So they are everywhere. And so there they'll talk about how to improve instruction. That's, at the end of the day, that is really the ultimate goal of the PLC, is how do I improve instruction? So it could be as much and as specific as yesterday's or this week's lessons for ELA haven't seemed to really hit our students. They're not engaged, they're not doing well. What can we do? So they will get together, and one teacher might say, well, this worked for me, this didn't work for me. And then we have an instructional coach in there as well that is more of an expert, and we'll say, try this, have you tried that? Okay, that's interesting, let me take that down. And so what we can find there is not only can we find what the teachers are struggling with, but also what they're doing well with, but also we can find holes in our curriculum. So not every single curriculum is perfect for every single student. We know that. So where we need to find is the gaps. Where does this curriculum, where is this lesson, where are the gaps? And then how do we close those gaps? And how do we do it in a collaborative way? Because at the end of the day, if the teachers don't have a voice, they're not going to do it, right? So you're going to tell me what to do, so you have to bring them in, and they're the experts. They're the experts in the room. So that is just a small slice of kind of what happens in a PLC.
And I just want to say, like, there are some barriers right now to the professional development working together. However, I'm confident that through collaboration, some contractual changes, that we will get to a point where what you guys are mentioning, that the opportunity multiple times a year where we can go on PDs together is at least easier and more of them opportunities. I'm confident that in the future you'll see a difference than where we're at today, especially through some, again, collaboration discussions, and as we work through different updating or negotiating contracts. You know, I don't think anyone will argue that professional development is one of the driving forces of improvement. So I think mindset-wise, an educator is going to say, how can we get to what we need? Because it's important for both, all parties involved.
So, just as a little colloquy to my colleague, Ms. Contamaki, PLCs have been around for decades. And in my previous work, I used to remind people that, unfortunately, in the state of New Jersey, PLCs is a four-letter word. Because they, from the outset, they were not implemented with fidelity to the practice. I'm encouraged to hear Dr. Rodriguez describe the work of our professionals in our current professional learning communities, because it comes very close to the described practice. I think what's very important is that there be learning about learning of what a PLC is. There has to be effective leadership, and you know, leadership isn't a supervisor or a principal coming into a PLC meeting and telling the teachers what to do, but coming in and asking key questions. What do you think about this? How are you dealing with that? And then walk away and let the teachers deal with that challenge. But I do have a couple questions for you, Dr. Rodriguez, to just kind of more deeply illustrate some of the things you've talked about. In terms of curriculum, the research often talks about the difference between the planned curriculum, the delivered curriculum, and the guaranteed curriculum. I've heard the directors in the curriculum instruction team talk about their interest in trying to help teachers in those professional learning communities develop common assessments so that they're all speaking the same language, that they're all trying to teach the same thing and measure the same thing, so that a fourth grade classroom in Livingston School is not getting a different experience from a fourth grade classroom in Franklin School. Can you provide any more detail on how we're working to try to accomplish that?
Yep, absolutely. So, and the reason why we want to make common assessments, common lessons, it's not so much to control what the teachers are doing, because it's not that. We trust them. We know that they're doing. It's about collecting the data. So if we are really intentional about collecting data and then using that to inform our next steps and our next practice, we must have the same data, which means we must have the same common assessment. That means the same test questions or similar test questions enough where then I can say teacher A and teacher B, we received their results, and now I can compare apples and apples. Because if we don't have common assessments, I'm comparing apples to oranges. And so it becomes very difficult to do that. So ultimately, that is the reason why we're looking to build those. Through our Atlas program that we started to do this year is a great platform to do that. So all the teachers have access to it. It gives a scope and sequence. The scope is what you're going to learn this year, and the sequence is this unit for these months, this unit for this month, this unit for that month. And so in that platform, we're going to now start building common assessments. So at the end of Unit 1 for third grade science, you're going to give this exam. And that exam is built by the teachers of third grade who teach science. And so through the instructional coaches, and then we're going to then move on to do for seventh grade English, we're going to have this common assessment in February. And there's going to be built with those teachers in seventh grade who teach that, and they will build it on their own. So then they give it. Next year, if that assessment is no good because of the data we got, it seems like everyone's failing this test. Well, why? What's going on? Let's change it. Next year on that platform, they change it, and we move from there. And so it is a constant, it's constant movement, and constant collection of data. And if the data is, like Mr. Wolchek says, if the data is dirty, meaning that, for instance, I'm going to give midterms, and every single teacher in the high school is going to give a different midterm. I can't use those midterms to then collect data and to say, did we do well or we didn't do well. So that is the ultimate premise of why we want to do common assessments and really just kind of align everything we do. The great thing is here in the Township of Union, we have everything we need. We just need to put it together and make it all work together as one common kind of machine and go forward in the same way. But we have everything we need here.
Appreciate that. Just one quick comment, and then I want to ask a question about another topic that you spoke to. I think that one of the other essential issues in the professional learning communities, especially when you're talking about the common assessments and looking at the data, is for those team members to be able to trust one another, right? Because it's just natural that if you put 4 or 5 teachers together that are teaching different sections of the same grade, one is going to have a group of students who excel beyond their colleagues, and one is going to have a group of students lagging. And it shouldn't be a point of contention or a point of comparison, good, bad. It's a point of comparison to how did you approach it, and what did you think about it? Because I'm pretty confident that a classroom practitioner that gives an assessment that their students do poorly on is not happy about it themselves, right? They're not judging the students in the outcome. I think of an example in my own career where I gave a quick quiz to some kids because I could see in their eyes, I didn't think they got it, and they didn't. And I gave that same quiz to several different class sessions. When the first period class came in the next day, they asked me, did you grade our quizzes? I said, no, hold on a minute. And I picked them up and I threw them in the trash can. And they got all upset. I said, I found out what I needed to know. I failed. Let's do this again. And I think if that's the kind of mindset we have in our teachers, and I believe it is, then we're going to be making progress on behalf of our kids. And on the topic of assessment, I'm wondering whether, and this is also something I've talked a little bit with the members of the curriculum instruction directors team about. I think it's really important that we engage our classroom teachers in conversations about assessment so that we can build their assessment literacy. There are so many demands on students when they're going through a teacher prep program, and more often than not, there is not a lot of work to help them to understand assessment. And it's so key to good practice. I think that if we can strive toward what some of the research talks about in terms of authentic assessment and applied learning. You know, kids often say, why do I have to learn this? How am I going to use it in my life? If we give them opportunities to apply the skills and knowledge that they're learning to some real life problem, then it'll help them to see the importance of what they're learning. And it'll also it'll make the classroom learning experience different in a very positive way. So I hope that that's something else that we can be engaging our staff in conversations about over time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The one comment I just want to say, so that is why trust is exactly why the instructional coaches are so important. Because the instructional coaches do not evaluate the teachers. They are their colleagues. So here, in the PLCs and with the instructional coaches, this is where a lot of the work that we do to improve begins. And this is exactly why. Mm-hmm.
So a couple of comments, and thank you for making that distinction between coaches and supervisors or administrators, right? That's a really big piece that anytime an administrator walks into the classroom, there's that role of, I'm evaluating. But one of the things that I wanted to go back to in terms of the trust and development, and I think in one of the slides you talked about, there's that professional learning that needs to take place with the teachers and also administrators. And one of the things that I kind of heard you speaking, but I'm interested in learning a little more about is PLCs are great, and I think going in there and having these conversations are great, but I think there's nothing better than watching good instruction take place. So I'm wondering, like, what are some of the plans that are taking place? Like, are administrators, are instruction coaches being able to come in and model exemplary lessons so that teachers can see what that might look like? Are we creating that opportunity for teachers to visit with other classrooms and being able to really ask and be able to see and kind of feel and talk about what that lesson looks like?
So absolutely, and I was I visited many PLCs, and one of my favorite things was when a teacher asked one of the coaches, can you please come in at a certain day and please model this for me? And that's what you want. You want it to come from the teacher, not from the coach. And so to me, it was, and the hair on the back of my neck goes up because it's so, that is that ultimate trust. It's like, hi, I know that I'm not doing it well. Can you please come and show me how to do it? And I don't think they were saying it, to show off, because there was that, I felt that it was honest. And to me, that's exactly what you want to see. That's exactly. So yes, so there are those. We're still working because some of the coaches are still new. So as those relationships build over time, they'll see more of that. But absolutely. So people forget sometimes that teaching is a very lonely profession. There's times where the adult, I'm teaching all day long, and I may never see another adult until the end of the day. I'm there by myself with those kids. So absolutely.
My next comment is obviously evaluation is a huge part of what we in the districts do and being done in districts with as administrators. If there are efforts of instruction, so the new literacy program in elementary school, to what level of training and focus on observations of teachers who think about, like, are we looking in those classrooms where we're able to use evaluation as a development tool, where we can go into the classrooms looking for what are the best practices, and not that we want to sit there and show a teacher you didn't do this correctly, but saying this is so important that we want to come into the classroom and create an environment where we want to support you, we want you to try something new, and really get that feedback, where there's another person in the classroom that's not worried about keeping 24 kids alive and really just looking at what's happening with learning.
Yep, so absolutely, let me just get there. I forget which slide, so forgive me, but the SCIP teams. So here, the SCIP team, the school improvement panels, so they're tasked with really reviewing evaluation data. So they'll use Danielson, they'll evaluate, and then they'll start to see the scores, so they'll break them down. They also work with students who are on, teachers who are on CAPS. They don't know exactly who it is, but they have various tasks to do. But one of their most important tasks is to evaluate all the evaluations and see, are there issues? Have we seen that in Danielson 2B, we're not questioning, our questioning techniques are kind of low. So let's work on that. So we have, in that case, the SCIP really works with that. The other thing too is that our supervisors, when they go in and observe teachers, they'll give them, so we're working with the supervisors to give specific feedback, right? So we don't say anymore, hey, good job, or hey, nice lesson, right? So that's useless to me. Great, thank you, So we say, hey, I really like how you did this and this and this. I really think, what did you think about when you said this to this student? So we're working with our supervisors in terms of how to give corrective feedback in a way that is taken. And then also what I've seen with our supervisors is they'll work with our instructional coaches. Hey guys, listen, I'm seeing our ELA teachers are not really getting this. I need you all as well to go into those PLCs, go into those teachers and tell me, like, what's going on? What are we not doing? What are we doing well? So it's that feedback loop, not to always constantly bring it back to the instructional coaches, but it's a feedback loop that goes from one to the other. No.
Last question.
Sorry.
People from home can hear you. Your microphone, they can hear you at home.
The last time I kind of want to say that I want to talk about some of the things that were said. When we want to measure data, we want to go to assessments that are very discrete, multiple choice, and that sometimes takes away. It asks students, do you know something rather than what do you know? So I just want to kind of make a cautionary tale here that we want to make sure while we want to have data to compare, that we also are creating some of those authentic performance-based assessments that are not really easy to just compare across your district, because we know that it's learning. And the last question is kind of like keeping everybody honest. This sounds like a great plan. Where do we see we are in that continuum of this is kind of where we wish education is throughout the state? Where do we see union right now? And kind of like what are some of the challenges and what are some of the next steps to really make this vision come to fruition?
So right now we have all the tools. right? But imagine they're just scattered in the garage. So now what we're doing, the vision really is to bring them all into one toolbox. That's the vision. So I'm going to, we are, not me, excuse me, we are going to bring in the RTI teachers, the PLC groups, the skip teams, the instructional coaches, the way we evaluate teachers. So for instance, our principals now, when they feel that there's a gap in the curriculum, they go out and order items, right? So now we're going to bring that into the curriculum and instruction department. The principal tells us, we're having these issues. Fine, what are your issues? Let's work through the instructional coaches to then find a solution that fits our curriculum. You're not going to start going outside our curriculum, and fits in our curriculum. So what we have to do is right now, I keep doing this, but race horses, right? We need to put the blinders on, because right now we have everything we need. We just got to bring it all together into one toolbox. And so that's really the vision right now, to just align everything.
May I? Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and thank you to my colleagues. Those were very, very good points and questions. In the spirit of time, I just want to say thank you for the overview. And I know that you cannot go in depth into some of these things because these are big areas. I am hoping that as the new year begins, we do get more specific information as to where we are. This could apply to any school district in New Jersey, in the nation. I think what the community, the parents want to know is where are we and what are we going to do to get there? And while I do understand, listen, education is full of acronyms, jargon, informal, formal assessments, quantitative, qualitative, and so forth. At the end of the day, one of the measures used to determine mastery of the standards is the standardized test before us. So I'm not saying that that should be the end-all be-all, but it should be something that we also work deliberately to improve. So I do want to know, when was the last time, and I do this all the time with my supervisors and directors, when was the last time the admin team sat down and took the NJSLS SLA practice test for a particular grade and had a discussion around the question, which I do frequently, because sometimes the questions stump me. And if they stump me, then I have to go back and figure out what that teacher will need to better teach that lesson. When was the last time that we communicated to the parents and provided PD to explain to them this benchmark data that perhaps the students should have 2 data points at this point? One from September, if not December, January. And if we're still using iReady, where are our students? How did they progress? What projections can we make around the number of students that will do well come that test that we don't like, but we have to speak on? How are we educating the parents and providing them with resources? And parents, you can Google this. It is called NJSLA practice test. Because this should not only fall on the school. We have to be partners in this. If your kid wants a new pair of Jordans, make him do a math problem. Make him do an ELA problem. In terms of instruction, it's not just the instructional delivery that we have to address. It's also the instructional planning, and I'm glad that you brought up observations because I didn't see Danielson in this. And a team of admin calibrating and having that discussion of what good instruction looks like. And what does it entail that we consider? Because it's not just the materials, it is not just the standards, it's also the students. So I know that you couldn't go into that today, and this was very good, because I think the public needed to hear this. But I think moving forward, we want some of that specific granular things that you guys are working so hard to do to make sure that we continue to improve. Fair enough?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I just want to add, in regards to the professional development piece for our staff across the board, are the professional development, I guess the attendance and the offerings tied to the personnel file? Like, do they have a portfolio that's tied to their personnel records so that we can track what we have provided as a district and who has attended?
So we do have professional development, we've compiled the plans that we offer throughout the year. Then there's other documentation if they're going out of district on their own, that has to be approved. So there's documentation tied to that as well. We could easily tie it into their sign-in sheets and records of what they're taking. I don't know if it's embedded in the personnel file, per se,
Yeah.
but.
Is it a portfolio?
Yeah, so, and then in their summative, they review for their hours. So what I was getting to is I don't know if it's specifically in our school FI personnel, but I could look at, definitely part of the evaluation. They discuss it during the summative, for their hours. But, I could look at, tying it into the personnel file as well.
Okay, just because I would like to see the data of how much PD we're actually giving our support staff across the board. I know we say, yeah, they're going, but I want to know they're going. I want to hear, we think they're going, or I saw one. I want to know how many people are actually attending professional development. Since we say we're offering it, who's going?
Well, and again, like I mentioned earlier, we're not where we want to be. We need to get through some boundaries or some hurdles and work together on finding ways to provide more professional development for all entities, because that's what's going to keep us growing.
I love that idea. Yeah, in terms of.
So I just want to make a follow-up comment. I agree with virtually everything that Ms. Carbonell said about the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment, but I think it's important to emphasize that it's one measure among multiple. All of the educational research suggests that when you're making judgments about student learning, you should use multiple measures, lots of different data. And I think that the point that you made, the illustration that you used, Ms. Carbonell, about having a question that stumped you, in my view, illustrates how flawed the NJSLA is as an instrument. So I don't want us to overly emphasize. The one thing I want us to always and forever resist is to teach to the test. I don't want to see us have test prep. I want to see effective instruction each and every day, and I know with 100% certainty that over time, that's going to grow our NJSLA outcomes. There's no question about it, because that's good practice. And I'm not trying to argue or really disagree with anything that you said. I'm trying to illustrate it a little bit more deeply.
Sorry. I just want to say, I didn't say, and I think I prefaced that in saying that that's not the end-all, be-all. And it is not teaching to the test. However, the measure of learning success is the students mastering the standards. There are a number of different assessment tools, whether portfolio, presentation, and so forth, that can be used to determine student learning and understanding. More importantly, application. Because it is no longer just about understanding the material or the content. It is being able to apply it in the highest levels of bloom. I wanted to correct that.
I just wanted to add that I wanted to tell Board Member Carbonell, thank you for sharing that information about this testing and scoring. As a parent, that is essential, and I think that oftentimes I'll speak for me, I receive these tests, and based on what the data is and skewed, sometimes we as parents don't ask a lot of the questions. We do see a test score, and, I see 1% increase, and I'm like, what is this? But I do think that that is such a great idea to kind of us doing our part, going in and actually seeing what is being asked of our students. Test scores, yeah, they are a percentage of it, but they are an important percentage, which is a criteria based on how we do as a district, what supports and resources we need. But also, as a parent, you want your child to be able to complete these tests, and you want your district to have higher test scores and be at a certain rate. And so I do think that if I could suggest, Dr. Rodriguez, we've all talked about how do we get more information to our community, to understand these test scores, that's amazing. I think that we should put that information out to our parents and caregivers and guardians and get a firsthand basis of seeing actually, what is my son, learning, or not necessarily learning, but in the morning, get him a good breakfast. Hey, honey, have a great day. Do good on the test scores and things of that nature. But I do think that it is essential that we get more information and resources to understand it so that I can come as a parent and challenge the data that's being presented to me. And as educators, my expectations are that if you're having a problem answering that question, what does that say for a third grader or a first grader or a kid with an IEP or a disability or a myriad of things? Thank you for that. You bring up a good point, and I think that it is essential that we as parents get the necessary information as well to make informed decisions when the data is presented to us as to how our district is doing compared to the surrounding town, state, and et cetera.
And I thank you for that. And I have to say, I'm very passionate about this, so please forgive me. Listen, whatever we think about the test has to be administered. And it's tied to federal and state funding. But it's more important than that. We can dismiss the test by saying all the issues that we have with it. I take it as an opportunity to meet with my colleagues and say, what is it that our kids need? And more often than not, it's not about the content. What we have to figure out a way is to develop in our kids critical thinking, algorithmic thinking, computational thinking, develop their information literacy. It is not like before where they read an essay or a text and answer some questions. Now, we have assessment items that require a child to analyze a chart, watch a video, which goes into listening comprehension, and read. And then take all those three pieces of information to answer questions. If we don't engage as the adults, as the professionals, in the discussion about the test, and we just dismiss it as this is just an exercise in compliance, we're never going to get it. And it is not teaching to the test. It is teaching to the standard.
Thank you.
I agree with everything that's being said here. One of the things to consider, and I'm wondering just this thought for your thought in terms of when we get grades from students, particularly at early grade levels, K1, what is the kind of need for a child, right? And so have we considered maybe making a transition to a standards-based approach where as a parent I'm seeing how's my child doing towards the standard literacy or mathematics? Just something to potentially explore.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It is something that the district was looking at a couple of years ago. Obviously, didn't come to, there was no changes, but it is something I agree. You might have children, I mentioned it in one of my presentations. We have our SLA scores here. I was very open about where our scores are. But you know what? I'm confident that we're going to keep growing. with that and for having growth. But I also said, there's parents at home that might be seeing an A or B, but their child's performing here on the SLA, and there might be many reasons why. Doesn't mean, like many said, there might be learning, but we gotta figure out why, but it's not aligning even close. So we have to figure it out. So when you're finding that the kids are mastering standards, you know they're learning those standards. So there's more indication that they're gonna perform better because the standards are aligned to the assessment, or should be. So it is something that I would love to, again, another pretty big undertaking. You have to work with your educators, but your community as well, to get them to understand. We're gonna benefit more. To me, an A, B, C, D doesn't, especially at that level. I know it's at the high school, we have to do it. But at that level, it's more important to me that I know they're learning the standards than if someone gets an A or a B.
Thank you.
And like I said earlier in the presentation, but I would challenge to find other districts that can tell you that they are growing faster than the state is growing, which means we are closing that achievement gap. You're right, we started further back, right? But we could talk about where we started, or we could talk about where we're going and what we've done. So, you're right, yeah, we started here, and everybody else started there, but we're catching up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Sal, do I have to press a button for this to switch over?
No, took it. Took it.
All right, perfect. Thank you again, Dr. Rodriguez. And remember, there's only what, less than 4 months since you started with us, or about 4 months? Yeah. So again, a lot of this stuff, you know, we have to sustain. What we're doing and the things that are working, we have to sustain them. Otherwise, if you just keep shifting things, you're never going to see anything grow. So it takes 3 to 5 years to really start seeing, and I've talked about it before. The scores we're seeing today at, say, third grade, in 5 years, what do they look like? That child looked like at middle school. Now we're doing the right stuff at the foundational levels. I'm excited to see the future. I wanted to just give, I can't go into details, obviously, security is confidential, but I just wanted to kind of share a vision with security within our district. We, probably about 2 years ago or a little more now, we did a security audit. This way, a third party kind of told us where our district's at, security-wise, where do we need to go. We've accomplished a lot of things along the way. We're not done. This is a small part of the larger picture. But I want people to understand security is not one thing. It's not one thing. It's a layered approach. So if you have one part of the pie, it's not going to work at the level you want it to work at. You need multiple things, multiple layers to secure your buildings. All right? With that, there's many different best practices as well as different parts of it. It's the employees we have. It's resources we have. You know, for example, emergency management could be a lot of things. But is our emergency management plan up to date? In there is best practices embedded. Obviously, staff training. We talked about it, PD. It goes with security, too. We got to continue to teach our staff what to look for, what to listen to. If they see a behavior, what is that? Should they identify it and pass it off to administration counseling? So, but also in an emergency, what do I do? So staff training is so important because you can't just rely on security officers and administrators. What's your biggest population is, thank you, Ann Margaret. Under her leadership, she has the largest amount of employees. We need to be working with our leadership of the associations because we need them to also be part of this. almost all situations that happen, unfortunately, in this country, when they do after action reports, what do you see? There was identifying information. We just got to make sure we're ahead of the identifying information. So with that, you'll see up there the state mandates the behavioral threat assessment teams. They're saying if we have these teams that are analyzing things going on, that we are in a better position to identify threats. But those teams need PD. One of the Secret Service earlier this year, the presentation, they said once after January, they're willing to come in and work with our teams because this is what they do for a living. And we're going to take them up on that because they're more of an expert in identifying threats. So again, that's professional development we're going to provide later this year so our teams are prepared. There is state trainings that the teams had to go on as well. But if you look at hardware, technology, it's not the only answer. There's a lot of different things on that list that tie into technology or software. Like you might have a door locking system. With that, you might have, and again, these are examples. They're, you know, just kind of sharing some things. But you might have weapons detection systems. All right, that's technology. 2 of them together is better than 1 of them. If you have 1, you're still vulnerable. If you have 2 together, you're a little less vulnerable than with just 1. But if you have a door locking system as well, so somebody tries to get in that door, or somebody opens up that door, immediately a camera picks up that person, goes off, notifications are sent. Now with the analytics, the AI, we're able to now instantly get alerts, know what door, know what the person looks like. But without those things together, you're more vulnerable. You know, through some of the trainings that I went on over the years, unfortunately, you learn from these horrific incidents. You know, I've heard people that were the leads on emergency management within these other states that had these incidents, and they share because they don't want to ever see it happen again. You know, we had last year over 100 students want to get trained and stop the bleed. We had many adults of our staff that wanted to get trained that had a lot of positive feedbacks. We have part of our, we look at it as a life skill. Part of our AED that you're mandated to have is now updated kits throughout our schools that have stop the bleed kits in it with many people trained. We're going to continue to provide those life skills that people could take with them. We're continuing to do security tabletop drills with emergency management. We're planning one for later this year with the Union PD, as well as all the other emergency managements that are involved in that. You know, having vestibules, really vetting people coming through your doors. Who are they? A visitor management system. So tying all this stuff together is going to get you at a level where your schools are more secure. But this isn't something that you could just make happen tomorrow. It's an investment. And with that investment, you got to keep analyzing and keep updating as well at the same time. It's an ongoing investment. But there's no investment that's not worth it for the safety of our staff and our students. The other thing you'll see in their culture, they say a more positive culture, again, adds to your overall safety and security. Our students need to come to school feeling safe. Our staff needs to come to school feeling safe. Again, it's going to end up tying into what Dr. Rodriguez just presented, the performance academically. If you're coming to school and you're not feeling safe, or a teacher's not feeling safe, you're not going to be able to deliver the lessons at that level, as well as students aren't going to be focused at that level because they're worried. So this is an important thing that our district, I know what we're doing and we're continuing to do is to tie all this together, to tie as many layers together. But it unfortunately takes money, as well as, you know, we got to make sure that when we're tying everything together, it all works together. You can't have it where it's not, our camera system's not picking up the door access alarm. It's pointless if not. So I think we have a plan in place of of where we want to go to, but I want people to think it's not just one thing. I need people to understand that we need to put all these things together to then continue to make our schools safer. And I know, again, through collaboration and working together, I don't see anyone saying no to something like this of when we need to get there. We just got to find a way fiscally, again, to be able to put all this together. And again, Ms. Kuhn is a big supporter. But this is some of the conversations we're having during what we're going through now, our budget meetings. But in the end, we got to see what we could do and how we could get there and how we could fund it. Before I move on, any questions from the board on that? So real quick, I know, I think at times, and we've discussed this, I shared it, I'm not going to go through it, there's a link up there. But many districts start off their school year. I was talking to other superintendents saying, you know, just again, through collaboration, kind of learning. And some superintendents actually shared with me they start their school year off on this. Because it's important to understand people's roles. And what do they do? You know, you guys, again, I know there's been jokes at times, but it's an unpaid position. I don't know if everyone knows that. You volunteer your time for the betterment of our district and our students and our staff. But there's other things in there, and many school districts use this. If you search, you'll see that they have it on their websites or links to it. And I just want our community that's interested to really know, because one of the things in here, it talks about snow days. No, the board members do not call a snow day. There's a lot of responsibility that comes on me and my leadership that I think community has thought. I have to make a lot of recommendations. You know, board members have votes, but as far as like the simple analogy of a snow day, you know, it's on the superintendent. And again, there's many other things like that. So I want to share that so the community could look at that, and maybe it'll clarify some thoughts that they may have had. But I always hope that collaboration, when I bring recommendations, we collaborate and we all believe that it's the right thing in the best interest of our district and our schools and our students. But I think this could be valuable. So everyone, and maybe next year, at the start of every year, we kind of use this again. I know Dr. Rodriguez mentioned this. I'm excited to keep sharing things about our district. It's a way to communicate. It's going to be put out December edition, but this is only a cover so people know what it looks like, but it'll be shared out before the end of the week. But we've been keeping up on making sure we're putting out newsletter. Again, the leadership voice and people in our district, but also the student voice has another edition coming out. I spoke to them today. We're hoping to put out 4 editions again from our student voice about things going on in our district. And I think it's very important to keep hearing that. I get a lot of questions. The district, different levels, there's different titles up there of who handles what. So like discipline, for example. I put this up so we can make sure that when there's concerns, we know where to go. This was sent out to the community, but I just want people to, again, have access to it, know that success is when issues are dealt with and handled at the lowest level. Let me say that again. Success is when it's handled at the lower level. When I was in the schools as an administrator, I was upset when it went to central office. I remember, because it wasn't many, specific times that Mr. Tatum, who was assistant superintendent at the time, would either call me up or come visit me. It was less than, there's not many I remember, but that's why, because there wasn't many. And I still remember one because I was very close with the student and of why. And it was the best thing that ever happened because he came down and we worked through it, but that's success. It did get there once, but it didn't happen again. So when we could work with the teacher to handle the matter that's going on in the classroom, That's success, that's collaboration. I know it meant, I think, Madam President mentioned, we need parents and schools working together. But part of that is making sure you know, don't stop with that teacher until you get what you want. As a parent myself, in education, sometimes I'm taken back because I have to go back there 3 or 4 times because we didn't get there. And that's okay. It was worth it in the end. And if I could end up helping in any way, that educator kind of seeing things a little different, okay, success. Hopefully it won't happen again. But, and again, this is also for so you know where to go next when it's not happening. So as I have to do, present on HIB, these are the ones that we're reporting for the time period of December 10th to the 18th. There was 5 founded, 2 not founded or inconclusive, and those are the schools that they took place in. These are the affirmed cases. We had 11 between the time period of November 20th and December 9th. Then 11 was founded, 6 were not founded or inconclusive. And some things that are common, I would be remiss to not thank Madam President and Vice President. As many people may know, if not, January is the reorganization of a board. Ours is January 7th. But I'm very thankful. Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President, and the board. Obviously, it's a team effort, but it's not easy when you know you're the president or vice president of a board. Comes with, again, this not a lucrative paycheck, but a lot of responsibility. And when you love the community you live in, you love the schools, and you have a passion to make them better. And again, I've said it many times, a lot of the board members we met through issues many years ago. And I was in a different role, obviously, but that's how I met so many of you. And what happened through an uncomfortable situation, we grew. We got to know each other. And when issues would rise, some of the best relationships come through adversity. And when we could sit down, talk about what's right for your student, I guarantee it's impacting other students. So what you're fixing is not just for yourself, it's for the future and other children that will be going through that. So I just thank you guys. I look forward to the reorganization and us progressing even further. I look forward to the retreat and us really, we met the other night, getting focused. Just like on the educational side, I think we have a plan, I think we have a vision, and we sustain that, we're going to see growth. But just like as this board, as we've come so close together, I think as we start aligning everything, holding me and my leadership accountable in our school district, because we're all here for the growth of these students to make this district the best it could be. And I thank you guys. But some other things, we got to visit the National Honor Society. I would like to recognize them in the coming board meetings, as well as a fall sports. I plan on doing fall, winter, and spring. Fall just ended. I would like to kind of just give an overview and recognize some of our athletes. And Dr. Rodriguez, under his leadership, we're going to be planning some SLA award nights to just recognize some of the hard work and how successful our kids are doing, the kids that are doing well and successful, giving kids something to strive for. I believe recognition is important. I don't think we do it enough. We're looking at ways to continue to do it. Happy holidays. Thank you, everyone, Tufts community. And Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Next, we will have the Education Student Discipline Committee Chair, Mr. Cohan, to present the resolutions to be voted on tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution E1 was reported at last week's meeting. Resolution E1A was affirmed at last week's meeting. So, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Education Student Discipline Committee presents the following resolutions for the Board's consideration. Resolution E11 is a report of HIB that we just saw from Dr. Benaquista. It will not be voted upon. It's for reporting purposes only. So on behalf of the committee and upon the superintendent's recommendation, I move Resolution E11A through E11.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I would like to speak on E10. I see that it's the approved statement of assurance for the preschool program, the 2025 to 2026 three-year preschool program plan, and annual updates in accordance with the, so on and so forth. My question is, I know that initially when we started with this preschool program, we had to choose certain programs or curriculum, whatever have you. Are we consistently choosing the same one, or are we looking to see what's better? And my ask is, when I have been in the community revisiting these preschool programs, one of the big asks that I consistently get from teachers is that the curriculum.
So, good evening. Yes, so we have creative curriculum, and it is consistent across all our preschool classrooms, whether they have special education students or not. Obviously, then that curriculum is modified or accommodated for some of our PSD classrooms, but yes, we have the curriculum across all our preschools. And again, there's PD provided for those teachers, and again, the same kind of feedback loop in terms of through our supervisor and director, if there's any gaps in the curriculum, any kind of modifications, any kind of holes that we see that need to be fixed or get any kind of things, there is opportunity for that.
And so is this the same, what we're approving today, is that the same thing that we've had over the years, or is it a different one? Or do we even have the option of choosing?
So I can't speak for past, I know last year we had.
It's the one that we've had? Okay.
Correct, and the state gives us only a few options to pick from.
And have we invited or asked for input from the teachers that are actually teaching the curriculum to see what they're thinking of this one as opposed to whatever else the other one is? Much like Kimberly Scott Hayden said, I think that we need to tap into the boots to the ground, the people that are in there with our kids day after day after day, and to know what it is that they could better be teaching our preschool program.
So I believe there's no formal process, but we will absolutely do that. There is a process where the teachers can, through their principals, through their school admin, and also through the supervisor, Ms. Nichols, and the director, Mrs. Walker.
Gotcha. Okay, so then I guess my ask, Dr. Benaquista, would be maybe we should be looking into input from the preschool. It's been ongoing for years. I know that myself and Mrs. Manisi have been together, and we keep electing the same program. And if it's doing great, that's fine, but I don't think that that's the ear to the ground from our current teachers. And we should be taking their input to see what options we have to make it better for our children.
So, and I would just like to add that I've had many conversations with preschool teachers, and even though we have to cover the creative curriculum, it doesn't stop the district from adding and enhancing additional things. So that's something that we will be working on. I did speak to some teachers, like I said, not just this year, but and listening to their feedback that they feel we could be doing more additional stuff, still covering the creative curriculum like we're required through the grant, however, bringing in additional things to enhance.
Got it. Because just to speak transparently, I think that what is it called? The creative curriculum? I think it's like here, like, you know, and for our children, and our preschool teachers, like I said, from what I've heard, they want to do more, and we should give them the ability to do more consistently and support that. So I would love, Dr. Benaquista, if we can make that happen in this coming year.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, yes, of course.
I would like to make a statement about E7. I am so happy to see that we're going to be able to integrate hand-to-mind curriculum into our instructional program. If you haven't had a chance to see it at work, it is a hands-on kit that you get, and students at a very early age are introduced to the engineering design process through hands-on building, theory, and activities and testing. So I just wanted to commend the district on this purchase or donation.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Just to follow up on last week, through the chair, I would like Dr. Benaquista to speak to E11. I know we talked about it at the work session. However, the general public was not privy to hear what that resolution actually entails for our students.
Please.
So, yes, Resolution E11 is the approval of an articulation agreement with Kane University for the participation of our Union High School students in the Kane Scholar Academy Initiative. And it's an opportunity for our students to take college-level courses at the same time they're completing their high school program. And when they graduate from Union High School, they also have an associate's degree. We have a couple of seniors who've been in the program for 2 years, and when they graduate in June, they will have that associate's degree. There are currently, correct me if I'm wrong, 11 students enrolled, Dr. Rodriguez? So this is something that I hope we can grow over time. The students have to apply and meet the Kane admittance criteria, but certainly the district, through our counseling staff, can recommend to students and their families that they consider this, and it's a great benefit to our students and their families.
I have a question on E6, approve acceptance of 22,160 COVID kits. It states Education Test and Supply Program for LEAs. What is LEAs?
Local Education Agency.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, one thing I was remiss, we also adopted Resolution E5 at last week's meeting, so that will not be voted on
Thank you.
when you transact the motion.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion from the board? Seeing none, this motion has been properly moved by Mr. Michael Cohan and seconded by Ms. Kimberly Scott Hayden. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiolo?
Yes. Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. Next, we will have the Fiscal and Planning Committee Chair, Madam Vice Carbonell, to present the resolutions to be voted on tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Before I read the resolutions, I would like to highlight once again Resolution 9C. I do believe in giving a shout out to those that support our students, staff, and schools. So shout out to Reading for Education, Shutterfly, Springfield Knights of Columbus, and Angel Rodriguez Insurance and Financial Services, and the Amazon Middlesex Fulfillment Center. So thank you so much for your donations. Our students, our staff, they do great things with this to enhance our schools and our school climate and student experience. So please keep donating. Madam President, at last week's meeting, we did approve Resolution F6, F7, F15, and F16, so I will not be calling those.
Thank you.
Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Fiscal and Planning Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. F1 through F17, the last one is for informational purposes only, and as I mentioned, F6, F7, F15, and F16 we're already voting on.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? Mr. Ness, I saw you grab your microphone. Did you have a, no? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Seeing no discussion, this motion has been properly moved by Madam Vice Carbonell and seconded by Mr. Michael Cohan. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiola?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Capiola. Next, we will have, next I will present the legal committee resolutions to be voted on tonight. Upon recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the legal committee presents the following resolutions of the board's consideration. L1, it's approved settlement agreement. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Actually, Michael, can you move it, and Dixie, you be the second?
I move
Oh, Nancy, I'm so sorry. Thank you, just so it won't be me. Thank you. Is there any discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Mr. Michael Cohan and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Capiolo. Next, we will have the Operations Chair, Ms. Scott Hayden, to present the resolutions to be voted on tonight.
Good evening. Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Operation Committee presents the following resolution for the board's consideration. 01, approve security drills, bus evacuation reports. And 02, approve request from the Township of Union for the use of Jefferson School's cafeteria and parking lot for the annual MLK Day of Service, February 1st, 2025, 10 to 6:30 in the Jefferson School Gym, Black History Month Expo, February 17th through the 20th of 2025, 5:30 to 10, Jefferson School Auditorium for rehearsal, and February 22nd, 2025, from 2 to 7 p.m., and I guess the function is 12 noon to 10, and requesting access, and then Jefferson School Auditorium for the Black History Month flight.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please? Ms. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Capiolo. Next, we will have the Personnel Committee Chair, Ms. Manisi, to present the following resolutions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Personnel Committee presents the following resolutions for the Board's consideration. P1A through P8. And just with P1A, I'm just happy to see that some of our paras are coming back from ESS to district, so I'm happy to see that.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carbonell. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Nancy Manisi and seconded by Madam Vice Dixie Carbonell. Can I have a roll call, please? Ms. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. Next, we will have the Policy Committee Chair, Mrs. Faria, to present the following resolutions.
Good evening, everyone. On the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the policy committee presents the following policies for the board's consideration for the final reading and adoption. Policy 3216, dress and grooming for all teaching staff members. Policy 4216, dress and grooming for support staff. And policy 7230 for gifts, grants, and donations.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Gita Faria and seconded by Mr. Michael Cohan. Can I have a roll call, please, Mrs. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey? Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. Next, we will have Ms. Manisi, who will be reading the residency resolutions.
Upon recommendation of the superintendent, the following resolutions will be presented for the board's consideration. We have R1, approved to remove students from the rolls, and we have one student there, and for our discussion tonight, I'd like to add a second student, student ID 361372, first grade at Washington School.
Thank you. Is there a second?
The number? Can you repeat the number?
Yes. 361372,
What school?
Washington, first grade.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a second with Ms. Kimberly Scott Hayden. And is there any discussion?
Madam President, I would like to say, I hate that sometimes we just go right through this particular resolution. As we delicately balance our budget, it is so important for us to recognize the amount of money that we're saving when we identify students that do not belong in our district. So I just want to give a shout out to the team, the staff that works on this, the investigators. And if you know of someone that is not a union resident, please tell the administration, because we have limited resources and it really should come solely to our students, right?
Thank you so much, Madam Vice. Any other discussion? Seeing none, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Nancy Manisi and seconded by Kimberly Scott Hayden. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria? Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Mrs. Scott Heeden? Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. Next, we will have Technology Committee Person, Ms. Elsie Conti Mackey, to present the following resolutions.
Thank you, Madam President. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Technology Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. T1, approve recycling of equipment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Elsie Conti Mackey and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. May I have a motion to approve the bills?
So move, pay the bills.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you so much. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Kimberly Scott Hayden and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Mrs. Capiolo?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Capiolo. Next, we will move on to unfinished business. Nothing? No unfinished business? Okay, no unfinished business. So I'm moving on to new business, and before I pass it over to the board, I would like to say that as I stand before you today, I am filled with immense gratitude and reflection. This will be my final meeting presiding as your Board of Education President, and as I prepare to pass this torch, I want to take a moment to express just how much this year has meant to me and how much I have learned and grown in this role. From the very beginning, this year has been one of many firsts. We witnessed in the Township of Union the first Latina-led Board of Education leadership. With both a Latina president and vice president, something I'm proud to say we accomplished together. We also faced challenges that none of us could have anticipated. Filling 2 vacancies for the board, orchestrating the move of an entire school, securing our district's future, and ensuring we had the right people to lead. These were no small feats, but we came together as a board, and with the support of our community, we achieved them. I have grown tremendously in this role, and I want to emphasize that none of it would have been possible without this incredible board. Each of you have brought unique perspectives, unwavering dedication, and deep care for our students and our community. I will forever be grateful for the teamwork and collaboration this year that we made this year so successful. But the growth I experienced was not just in the triumphs. It came from the challenges as well, particularly the times when I was challenged by our community, by the public. These moments were not easy, but they were invaluable. They pushed me to think differently, to approach problems with a greater sense of empathy and urgency, and to always prioritize the best interests of our children. It is in those moments of discomfort and challenge that we truly grow, and I hope we all carry that lesson forward. It is all of our responsibilities to push limits and demand excellence, not just for our children, but for our community and our town. The expectations we set today will shape the future of our schools and generations to come. We owe it to them to continue striving for nothing less than the best. And as I prepare to hand over the reins to the next president, I do so with excitement and optimism. I know that under new leadership, we will continue to grow, adapt, and improve. And while my role may be changing, my commitment to our students, teachers, and families remains unwavering. I look forward to the coming year, to the challenges and opportunities it will bring, and to growing consistently together as a board and as a community. I thank each and every one of you for your support and trust this past year. Let's continue this journey with a shared vision of excellence and for all. And I might say also, I'd like to add that the time that we board members are sitting up here, sometimes no one understands. We have one person sharing a birthday today, Ms. Kimberly Scott Hayden. We have another mom, Gita Faria, that ran from her child, our children's concert just to be here today. And I thank everyone for their commitment. I thank the public for their commitment to coming out here and holding us continuously responsible and accountable. Thank you. It was a great year, good or bad, and I'm looking forward to next year. So that's my new business. Any other new business?
Madam President,
Yes.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership and for challenging all of us at different times and all together. You did a great job. I know it's not easy. I sat in that seat twice, so I know it's not easy, and you did a great job, and I thank you.
Thank you.
And I also just wanted to mention that last week I was fortunate to go to the National Honor Society induction. It was a great ceremony. The students, I was so impressed with the number, and had an opportunity to shake each hand, and they were just wonderful, wonderful students. So I want to thank everybody, through whoever they had throughout their career in this district, all the teachers, the paras, everybody that they came in contact with. And we know that goes from the bottom up, from the custodians, the secretaries, the aides, everybody, for helping to form such wonderful young adults.
Thank you.
Madam President, I didn't realize that you were going to speak tonight, but I do want to say thank you so much for capturing in words an experience that is thrilling, but oftentimes catches us off guard. And it has been a pleasure working with you. I have learned a lot. And like you said, we've learned a lot, not from our successes, but from those challenges that we've had to experience, individually and as a board. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
And on a side, I just want to wish everyone, whether you celebrate Kwanzaa, Feliz Navidad, Christmas, or Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, we're going into the holiday season. I just hope everyone celebrates with their loved ones and gets some time to reset and just be present. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Madam President, it's been a long road and a journey for you. We've known each other from the times of being in the audience and the challenges of being a parent in district and wanting your community and your district to do better and seeing the potential in them, to the challenges of CPAG and riding that journey with me, and then seeing your passion to be a board member. Presidency is never an easy feat. I think that you have learned a lot in this role of president. You'll always be the passionate advocate that you are who you are. But when it comes to a leadership role, you have definitely brought challenges to all of us and helped us kind of go through the challenges of this year. And it has been a definite challenge that collectively as a leader and all of us as a team, you know, you helped us all come together and made us want to hold on tight. Even when we butted heads, we still maintained a team effort, and we still were one unit, really working for the greater good of our community. And so you won't be in the role of president anymore, but you'll still be Chastity Santana, board member. And so I welcome, as we all do, welcome the challenges of running a district, but also the gratification of being a part of this journey. And so I wish you, I'm glad and I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll go next. So I don't have to repeat everything that everyone just said. I know it's getting late, but what I will say is this, right? Thank you, A, for your leadership. Thank you for always remaining true to who you are and not wavering. And even though sometimes, you know, it comes across as a little bit harsh or not received in a welcoming way, I know that it really is your passion that is at the forefront of everything that you do. I will say that thank you for pushing us, right? So sometimes to see your point of view or to uncover our passion and things that we truly believe in and want to see change for. So I think that we are a better board because of it. The good thing is that I do know I got to run 2 campaigns with you both times, so I know a little bit of a more intimate side of you. But I do want to say to not just to you, but to everybody up here, because there's times when we're in an executive session, we show our true vulnerability when we truly care about something, right? We don't care about how ugly we cry or what it sounds like or who thinks what in the moment, because we're just that passionate about what we care about. So I just want to say thank you for bringing that out of us, but also being that individual. And to the community, I say happy holidays to each and every one of you. And I think we should also remember that everyone in the community don't have that someone to share these special holidays with. So I just want you to know that we care about you, we're thinking about you, that you have a community here in the Township of Union Public Schools and the school board here. We wish you well, and those who do have families to love on and spend time with, please take the time to do so, but also take the time to do something nice for yourself. Happy holidays and have a blessed holiday season.
Thank you. Any other new business?
Yes. So, Madam President, you and I, we spent a lot of time together, a lot of time on the phone, just talking about anything. I honestly have to say that I, not only, you know, I consider you the president of the board, but also a friend. And like I expressed to everyone, to me, you're all family. I've learned more in the last 9 months of being on the board than I probably ever thought I would about certain aspects and specific things. And I enjoy it more than I ever could because of all you, and specifically because of you, Madam President. I look forward to, the coming year with you as a board member and new leadership. And again, I just want to say, I consider all you, but especially you, Madam President, a friend.
Thank you.
Madam President, I've had a lot to say tonight, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief. Regarding the National Honor Society induction, I was there as well with Ms. Manisi, and I would just want to say it was my honor to be in the presence of our scholars. And I'd also like to thank the staff that helped to build their knowledge and skills, and their families for the support that they give to help them reach those levels of achievement. And I will merely endorse everything that all of my colleagues have said and thank both you and Ms. Carbonell for your leadership this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do I have any other discussion? Thank you. Do I have all the? Okay. I am going to move on for comments from the public. I only have 3 cards, so if you could bring them up, please. Thank you. No. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I will start with Ann Margaret Shannon, please.
Doesn't turn down. Ann Margaret Shannon. I can't. It's not really, well, Ann Margaret Shannon, 2591 Spruce Street, Union, and UTA President. And I want to second Mrs. Manisi's comment on welcoming back the paras to the Board of Ed as our own employees. I hope it continues and moves even at a faster rate. The transportation report was very interesting, but it did suggest to me that the restructuring of the district will be completed by September 2025. Is that correct, and is that reasonable? It seems like we don't have much time, and the last thing, I've spoken before, the UTA has been waiting for months now for a report on the Hannah-Colola mold situation, and we've had to move on from just conversation to employing an attorney about a month ago, and we still have no response, nothing at all, not even it's coming, just nothing, just silence. And I find it disrespectful and unacceptable to the residents, to the students, to the staff. Something major happened at Hannah Caldwell, and we were all impacted by it. And we want to know what's going on. We need some kind of answer. I'm sure the answer, because I've heard it before, is, well, let the attorneys work it out. But no, that's not good enough for me. I really need some kind of report, something shared with us. I'm hoping the report's going to be, you know what, we overreacted. It was just like mold in your basement when you have a bad rainstorm. That's what I'm really hoping for. But we need something. The public needs something. And as my attorney argued in his letter, his correspondence, the UTA is not just the public, right? We are your employees. It's not a breach of the public to tell us what's going on in our own environment. And we care about the kids and the families, and we care about ourselves and our own kids, our own families. And it's just, listen, I'm not a person that usually gets up and rants and raves. I know a lot of my members want me to just go stark raving mad, crazy screaming. But I hope you can understand and hear that this is just, it's not fair. We need to know something. If nothing else, some kind of time frame when you are going to give us some information. So I just hope you'll consider this request again and get us some information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Atencio?
Good evening, Sol Atencio, 340 Willow Drive. Oh my God, so much feedback. Ms. Farias, you asked Mr. Benaquist, Mr. Rodriguez, Dr. Rodriguez, where were we right now? Michelle Zara did a presentation where we're all right now. She emailed all of the board that information with regard to state testing and all that. All I can think of the 8th grader that they are like, what, 10% out of the 100? And I know that because my kid was part of that. So you can refer to that probably. Also, I wanted to mention universal learning design to Dr. Rodriguez, which is something to think about. Universal design for learning. It's a teaching method that aims to improve learning for all students by considering their individual learning styles and abilities. Maybe that's something to think about. I know I was asked about resolutions, and I said, I saw it after. There is a request for Mr. Sosa. I'm not sure if this is the same person we just hired for Chief Information and Technology Officer to be out from January 2nd, 2025 to March 6th, 2025. And he's gonna be out on Air National Guard training allocation with pay leave. That's very interesting to me. Also, I actually wanted to share that I attended where is it? Okay. I attended the first, this is kind of, sorry. I'm gonna just hold it. I attended the first session of series of session regarding to transition, which involved planning, resources, organizing through Union CPAC. We discussed how to better support students using Google Classroom platform, which makes it easier, relatable, and more engaging. Listening to different perspectives, parents, child study team professionals made productive conversations. These sessions are all through Zoom to make it accessible to the entire community. There is information about transitioning, resources for work readiness.
Excuse me, can you wrap up your thought? Your
Yes.
time has expired.
Oh, yes, I just need like 3 lines. Work readiness, college services, vocational information. Please don't miss out if the public don't know how to reach out to Union CPAC. Just contact your case manager. There will be more meetings coming in as of January. Thank you.
Thank you.
There will be more presentations and speakers. Thank you.
Erica Newland, please.
Hi. I'll just leave that. Okay. I'll try to be very quick here. I noticed the ESS outsourcing, we've spent about $1 million so far for 13 positions. That was in the checks. I think it was 60, batch 60. So I wanted to encourage the board to look at more opportunities for bringing those para support staff and substitute positions back in-house and as quickly as possible, because that's a huge overpayment on those positions. I'm not sure why it's so difficult to hire outside of this kind of overwrought consulting fee. I am disappointed that the school bus optimization plan passed unanimously after there were so many open questions that I think really weren't properly addressed. And I don't think you're getting a good deal for $85,000 for a single report that you can only use once. As soon as the district changes in nature, that report is no longer viable, and the bus routes can't be re-optimized because you don't have access to the algorithm anymore. In terms of Dr. Rodriguez's report, I am curious why Hannah Caldwell is piloting new math curriculum right now, and whether we engage the teachers in that decision. It seems like a really unstable time to further destabilize that school with a new curriculum. I'm referring to the Go Math, not the enrichment opportunity. And I'm also wondering what the plan to roll out that new curriculum to the rest of the elementary schools is. We've talked a lot in these last few months about ensuring that we have comparable curriculum across all of our schools. And then on the budget, I just wanted to point out that we have a line item for $2.1 million in salaries under the security budget line item. I don't know why we're paying $2 million in security salaries. I think that's something worth looking into. And I also wanted to thank the board for raising really important questions about our curriculum and the superintendent's report. I really look forward to the accountability held. I think there were really good suggestions about what needs to happen at the district leadership level, and so I'm looking forward to seeing the outcomes of those suggestions being taken seriously. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Bruns-Myers.
Good evening. Kathleen Bruns-Myers, 287 Bloomingdale Avenue, Cranford, and Livingston Elementary School during the day. I wanted to say, some people describe me as an animated and passionate person. So I wanted to say to Madam Vice President, please do not apologize for being passionate when it comes to, or any of you, do not apologize for being passionate when it comes to fighting for the district, for the kids, for the school. Thank you to all the board members for all you do. Not everyone agrees with you. You don't agree with each other. That's called life. And here it is, right here. I don't want anyone here or at home to think that I do not acknowledge, disagree, agree with many of the things that are happening. But as I said at the work session last week, several years ago, we were challenged to bring some positive things, because there are many positive people, many positive things happening. So my Myers Minute will be bringing forward some positive things. I learned a song when I was little that started, "The wise man built his house upon the rock." I then turned this into the foundation of the rock to build a strong house on. As a pre-K teacher in this district, I am honored and blessed to work with so many incredible pre-K teachers who are building an incredible foundation for learning for all the students that go through our district. So I'm here to give a positive shout out to all my fellow pre-K people, teachers, assistants, paras that are in the rooms, everyone who's doing everything every day. And the week before Christmas with a full moon and a lot of things happening. Rain, not outside, lots going on for all elementary people, but it's been really fun in pre-K. But again, we couldn't do it without so many people. And one of the huge ones that I shout out last week, I'm going to shout it out again. I was hoping that the new supervisor would still be here, but he's not. I need to shout out to the computer technology people in our district. They are there. When I get there in the morning, and I get there around 7:15, some of them are already there in the building. And when I'm leaving, sometimes to come here at 7 o'clock at night, they're still sometimes there, or they're coming back. So we have to give a huge shout out to them. I know my building has Mr. Cruz. Everybody's building has somebody different, but I know that they're doing an incredible job. So thank you to everyone, and have a wonderful holiday to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I, Zulika Bowes? Yeah.
Good attempt, Zuleika.
Zuleika.
That's fine. We're happy to see you all again. Zuleika O's, 1083 Mayfair Road here in Union. So last month, we brought a question about the security cameras at Burnett. And so we have had no feedback. And again, we were talking about security. We had a presentation on security. Obviously, cameras are part of the piece, and that piece is missing. And so we would just like to have an answer as to what's being done, when it's going to get done, and when it'll be finished. That's really all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
I would just like to provide some information regarding the cameras. Since last month, we did assess the situation, and we have handled what we need to. However, again, I can't disclose. When it comes to security, we got to be very careful on what we disclose publicly and not. Information that we put out publicly can be used against us if people are watching our meetings and looking to look for vulnerabilities. So I would like to reassure the community, thank you for bringing things forward. Again, I would like to say whenever issues or concerns come forward, we do deal with them, especially not just curriculum or security is very important, and we do address those matters as needed. But thank you.
Thank you so much. Virginia Jeffries?
Yes, Virginia Jeffries, 236 Brighton Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey. Board President Santana, board members, board employees, and members of the public, good evening. There are still questions on resolutions F15 and F16 that were asked at the December 10th work session board meeting, which were never officially responded to by the board. Also, these resolutions in their current form have omitted all details. So, one, why is this resolution abbreviated to omit the monies dispersed? Has any of these monies been dispersed? When were these monies dispersed? Does the use of these funds appear on the monthly treasurer's report? Subchapter 14, which is reserve accounts, New Jersey Administrative Code 6A:23A-14 stipulates how the capital reserve and maintenance reserve accounts usage, and also how much these accounts must maintain at all times. So when will the disbursement of monies be done according to the provisions of this subchapter 14? And also, what is the current amount of the district's capital reserves and maintenance reserves to date? And is there a written commitment from any state of New Jersey department and/or agency to provide funding not covered by insurance claims? That was for F15. F16 was also, the disbursement was the resolution abbreviated to omit the names of the vendors, which are M&M Contractors, Construction, Liberty Transport and Storage Group, and Rapid Hillman Environmental. And the question was, how were these chosen? Who chose the vendors? And what measures are put in place to minimize change orders, lessening the possibility of cost overruns to the district? And that was all I had to say, except for Board President Santana. I know it's a tough job being the leader, and not everybody appreciates that, but I do.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. Thank you for your comment.
Madam President, I move to adjourn. Oh, no, excuse me, we have to go to executive session. It's been a long night.
I still got a few more minutes of this presidency here, but the board will go into executive session to discuss personnel, student, and legal issues, and actions may be taken once we return. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Mrs. Capulo, I have a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Michael Cohen and seconded by Mr. Greg Nasta. Roll call, please.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki? Mrs. Conte-Maki? Ms. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Mrs. Scott Heeden? Mrs. Scott Heeden? Ms. Santana?
To move back into public meeting.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Michael Cohan, seconded by Ms. Dixie Carbonell. Roll call, please, Mrs. Capiolo.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden? Ms. Santana?
Yes. Thank you so much,
Now,
Mrs.
Madam President, I
Capiolo.
move to adjourn.
Second.
Mrs. Capiolo, I have a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Michael Cohan and seconded by Ms. Nancy Manisi. Roll call, please. Mrs. Capiolo.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Yes. Mrs. Scott Heeden? Ms. Santana?
Yes,
Merry
meeting
Christmas.
adjourned.